Perhaps, mayhaps, just there is a chance per tell, perhaps, that today will not be as annoying. Mayhaps, just maybe, we have earned the privilege of a more relaxed day. Maybe. What's up, gamers? Doop. Soup. Boop. Oreo R factors. Bleh. Very cool. Alright, all we need to do is have the... Come on, OBS, you can figure out the game. I believe you can find the game. I believe in you. This one time. One time. One time. You can do it. Ag. There we go. Very cool. Very good, folks. Alright. Time to suffer. Time to suffer and figure out how the hell we're going to proceed with, ore creation. Oh boy. There we go. Alright. So, we finished dealing with Crucible. The production line with the hydrogen, or the lithium hydride has been dealt with. All that is left now is to make let this just loop keep constantly going. And just sit back and relax. Jesus Christ. The fuck was that? Yeah, I bet you thought that was real funny, huh, Buster? Fuck you. Bitch. Kills you. Kills you. Kills you. Kills you, kills you, kills you. No, you don't love me. You actually hate me. If you loved me, then why would you do what you just did to me? Think about it, folks. Why are you lying to me? You're a bastard. You just don't want to admit that you hate me. Listen, I get it. I also hate me as well. I need more steam. Yeah, we're low on steam. Literally kills you? Yeah, literally kills you, actually. Kills you. Kills you, 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 and then kills you. And then kills you again. And then literally kills you again. And then I just kill you. And then I kill you again. And then I just kill you, kill you, kill you, kill you, kill you. And then I kill you, and 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 I kill you. Kill you. Kills you? Yeah, literally kills you.
Shut the fuck up. No one cares. Know your fucking place. Trash.
Yeah, I'm killing you. Yeah, I'm killing you. Don't you fucking try to do boo-boo your way out of this one. Yeah, okay. Fucking da-boo-boo. Fuck you, da-boo-boo. Bastard. Don't you even think about trying to da-boo-boo your way out of this one, Buster? Okay, I'm trying to think. Where can I make more steam? Because we are kind of low on steam and we need more steam. If we don't have more steam, there's going to be problems if we don't have more steam. We need more steam. Gabe Newell. Okay, well, at least this loop's all fine and dandy and good, and nothing's going wrong for now. For now. walls are being damaged. %70 laser resistance. That explains why you live for so long. We need some flame weaponry over here. Need to set up some damn flamethrowers, eh? That shouldn't be too hard. Just get a train to do that. We'll fix that. Alright, well, back to Muria you go. Cannot tell at all if that's gone up slightly at all whatsoever. Hydrogen metallization productivity. Plate stabilization. No, it's this thing which goes up. Not the remetallization. Which is the thing I would want to go up. Drat. Oh, I guess Zoran Omdani also had was on Twitch today. That was funny. For whatever reason, he'd had like no filters, like had like no mods whatsoever. So there was like ASCII dicks everywhere. It's funny. It's like, welcome to Twitch, Mr. Mayor. Be prepared to receive the warmest of welcomes. Duh, there was just cocks everywhere. So many cocks. Giant flopping dicks. Everywhere. Hmm. Absolute cinema. You know, I really do have to think to myself for like 3 seconds. How the hell am I going to live without this this specific recipe of hydrogen remetallization? How will I live without this recipe? You know? Also, we are not sustaining enough production of steam and stuff, which is kind of a problem. This needs to be fixed. Because if it is not fixed, there will be issues. Rather explosive ones. Let's go plus 40. Plus 80. Water, water, water. Where's the water? Send you over to Crucible. Crucible, Crucible, Crucible. Oh, also, I guess, I don't know if you've heard the news, Zane, if you're still there. But apparently, not apparently, it did happen. Destiny got unbanned and then rebanned on Twitch. But the apparently part, rather... The apparently part is basically the fact that the Twitch employee that unbanned him, this is by Miskiff, was a guy who was leaving from Twitch, and then I suppose as a final spiteful fuck you, he decided to temporarily unban Destiny. Which got quickly remedied. Because I do think Destiny should absolutely stay banned. This shit is cut off from this, but it'll still help compensate for the amount of steam that we do not have. Alright, now time to heat this stupid shit up. Water's in the heat exchangers. And these things will heat up eventually. 75. 154. Alright, if we have to expand that, we can expand that pretty easily. We'll see what this becomes. Never mind, it might be a little tight. Nope, we're good. May need some more coal, though. We'll take care of that when we come back here. Of which we will have to eventually. There are problems to fix. Okay. Where's the mule? Still waiting, eh? That's fine. Import from Crucible. Custom. Not 120, we want 100. Lovely. Emery is all good. Hydrogen filament's the only thing we need. Cool. And now Boy Meets Mini is here to be cringe on the internet, as always. Boy Meets Mini, every time you say don't look at YouTube chat, I will always look at fucking YouTube chat, because you think you're being slick when you ain't.
Putis!
Alright, well. No fucking putis pow. Also, there will be no Dark Tide for the time being. So the Skitarii is going to be out in about a month, which is normal, but the event...
It's cringe or be cringe, Jack.
The event that's currently ongoing right now is dog shit. For now. more awards will be unlocked. So Putis and I have said, like, no. We will not be, you know, doing that shit for now. Because the reward for that shit to be 5 fucking Aquilas is just like, fuck no, dude. 5 Aquilas. Alright, bro. Yep, that's the first initial fucking reward. It's just 5 fucking Aquilas. And it's just like, I'm not... Besides, like, in-game fucking currencies. I'm like, no. I ain't doing that shit. Absolutely not. 5 Aquilas? What the fuck am I supposed to do with 5 fucking Aquilas? Okay, bro. Good one. Good one, L Shark. 5 fucking Aquilas, dude. Gus. Buh. Alright. We're gonna send down some trains, though. We're gonna need these. Also going to need this stuff. That's right. We're going to make some fucking trains. Oh my god, Daho's building trains. In fact, oh my god, we're factoring our Oreos with trains? What the fucking cock and balls is this? What the? What are you, fucking gay? Why are you gay? Who says I am gay? You are gay. You know, instead of researching maybe that hydrogen remetallization stuff, maybe I should have been researching all this stuff that I've needed the high pressure science packs for. Oh, well, we'll take care of that later. Efficiency module 3s, I need bioflux to make efficiency module 4s. Supercapacitors. We're gonna have to ship out a whole bunch of gold plate all around the planet, eh? Oh, that's fun. High pressure science packs are going to be quite a bottleneck for the time being. But I definitely want these things. Going from plus 10 to plus 15 productivity is a lot. Plus 70% speed. It's an additional 20% per speed module as well. Which is a lot. We'll also have to make some gold biter eggs. Oh boy, how exciting. Wow. Gold cock? Yep, cock. Oh, everything is self-corrected here. Lovely. Nope. Everything is not self-corrected here. 5,000's too much. Alright, get to work getting rid of this stuff. 81k advanced circuits. That's a lot of advanced circuits. And this is fine for now. This will self-correct eventually. Good thing I caught this now. It's because these are all full of shit. I have so much random fucking bullshit, dude. Why do I only have 1,802 fucking logistics spots? That should be a clean 2,000. What the? Huh? Well, that's a little strange. You know, another thing that I'm finding to be rather funny, that a lot of conservatives are thinking that moist critical is not quote-unquote shooting from the Reddit hip, which I find to be really, really fucking dumb, to be honest. because of the ending of The Boys. So a lot of conservatives are mad about the ending of The Boys because it just felt very Well, no. Conservatives are mad about the ending of The Boys, for example, because of the fact that when Homelander lost his powers, he became like an instantaneous little fucking pussy-ass bitch. Which is a thing that's really, really common for fascists. They saw it all as like a Trump analogy for some fucking reason. Which is just like, I mean, technically speaking, you can make the case, but that's like what every fascist does when they lose power. They instantaneously become meek and pathetic. The point is that fascists are cowards. They are losers. They're not the giant, like the big old giga chads that fascists think that they are in their fucking stupid ass edits. In reality, fascists are fucking cowards. Well, yeah, well, you know, we've talked about this before, right, Boy Meets Spinny, right? Like, fascists don't care about art. They care about art as a means to, well, impart propaganda, they use it as a vestige for their own sort of games of power. They don't actually care about messaging of art. They hate the messaging of art. And they think it's degenerate constantly, and that it's bad. Because it doesn't conform with what they want, right? They don't give a shit about that. For all these people, it's all about power in the end, obviously, right? We've talked about this before. They don't like the fact that The Boys accurately criticizes fucking fascists. And Homelander is a fucking fascist. Saying that Homelander would be like a pathetic, meek, measly fucking loser after losing his powers is an accurate fucking statement. Because that's what happens all the time with fascists. That's just how they work. They lose their fucking power, done. It's over. But for the fascists, they can't have that. They have to be perpetually strong at all times, but also incredibly fucking weak constantly. It's an oxymoron inherently, and that's on purpose. We all know this. Now, you can say that you don't think the ending is particularly good from like a creative perspective or like a writing perspective or whatever. You just don't feel like it has the impact that it has. Now, that's fair. Honestly, it's like, okay, yeah, sure. There can be criticisms in that respect. None of these people make that fucking criticism, though. They don't ever make that criticism, because in reality, they don't give a shit. I know there's been a bunch of lefties who've critiqued Stellar Blade by saying, like, I mean, they tried to copy Nier, but it's just a very bad execution of Nier. It's like, they tried, but they're too busy trying to make sure that they satiate the fucking Gooner audience. Really, in reality, the lesson, to be honest, that needs to be learned is to just not listen to the fucking Gooners, not listen to the conservatives, because all they functionally exist for at this point in time is to make whatever artwork or whatever property they want to try to glam onto worse. They only seek to pervert and destroy. That's it. That's the real fucking takeaway from any of this stuff. That's the fucking issue, right? Why do you think lefties are really good, for example, at making art, and conservatives can't fucking do that shit? Because they don't actually care about fucking producing good art. They don't give a shit about any of that stuff. Sure, like, I'm not talking about, like, a specific part of, like, Eve's character, whether she, like, lacks emotion or whatever. Blah, 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 blah. Like, I don't really care, okay? That's not the point. More so talking about the structure of the story itself, right? I think it was either... I'm trying to remember who it was that made a really, really good critique of Stellar Blade. I don't know. Yeah, I will make a... I'll make a reaction video to you, Boy Meets Mini. I'll just dunk on you the whole time. Saying, the grummification... okay, the title, it's perfect. The grummification of Boy Meets Mini. And I'll just tag you. And then I'll just, like, call you a fucking useless gooner-ass loser. And I'll just be like, man, I thought Boy Meets Mini was fucking ace. I thought he didn't give a fuck about this goon bait shit. What the fuck? Yes. I'm being bad faith on purpose. Let's go. Alright. We're gonna expand our growing operations here a little bit. We need to grow, expand our growing operations. I'm doing my best Cameron F305 impression. Sans the pedophilia. Sans Undertale. What the? Oh my fucking god. What the fucking cock and balls? Gooner meets Mini strikes again. Many such cases. Big cock? Large cock? Okay, so, you guys may be wondering, Daho, what the fuck is this? That's a good question. It's called Welcome to the Book on Trains. Welcome to the train book. That I got from some fucking GitHub page. With various junctions and lots of other goodies. U-turns, T-junctions. So many fucking train parts that it would make you squirt. Yeah, we got a choo-choo Bible. Huh? Huh? So many fucking goddamn documents and trains it would make goth autists squirt. There's a very specific Facebook video of this one very obvious autistic goth girl talking about how trains on a fucking dating show. I love her. She's very funny. Oh, I saw that. It's just like, there's a little guy inside the train. It's like, I think she's like, what? I think she's with like in some like fucking goth OF house or something. Whatever. Who cares about that? I care about the train autism, okay? It was good. It was funny. It was funny. I'm just like, that's funny. That's good. It's fantastic, actually. It's like, oh my god, she's actually really autistic. Like, oh my lord, she's autistic as fuck. Oh my god. Holy shit. That's fucking awesome. Alright, we're gonna have to do some adjustments to this fucking thing. Yeah, it must be nice to have new trains. Fucking chat. Someone put this boy meets many. Put this him. Put this him. Put this him. Put this. Put this. Put this. Put this him. Put this him. He deserves to be putist. Putist this man. Can't believe we're allowing Boy Meets Mini to get away with his fucking crimes. We're not putising him, which he deserves.
Putis!
Yeah, there we go. Fucking, he had to do it himself. Fuck you, Zane.
Putis!
Alright, there we go. A little lay on the fucking putis.
Putis!
Alright. No, now we're getting extra putis. There's too much putis now. You can't keep getting away.
Shut the fuck up. No one cares. Know your fucking place. Trash.
Alright, fuck you, Zane. I'll fucking putis you, you putis.
Putis!
Нет! Нет! Don't worry, we'll get plenty of putis eventually from El Fortus fucking Netus. When we Skatari max. Which will happen eventually. Well, in about a month. No, I don't want to Google 6-7. I will not be Googling 6-7. I refuse. I refuse categorically, actually. We will not be putis maxing. Fuck you. Out of undergrounds. What the fuck? That's kind of putis. That's very putis, actually. I will never Google 6-7. I will only 6-7, actually. Fuck you. New college graduates are facing the toughest job market since the pandemic, with 42% reportedly underemployed. Based. Oh man. This sure is sustainable. Well, I might as well import in a bunch of lamps. Do I make lamps here? We're about to find out. Yes, I do. After Hassan Piker confirms he will fly out to support DSA candidate Darializa Avelia Chevalier, whatever, in New York's 13th Latino Victory Fund announces $750,000 for incumbent Adriano Espaillat re-election. That's incredible, man. Oh no, they are terrified of him. Oh no. Boy Meets Minnie, you know what to do. You know, just like how Dan Saltman is is basically like Destiny's pet doxer. Boy Meets Minnie is my pet Esper kicker. Man. Oh man, there's the Canadians are out in full force now. What's up, you tier 35? Yeah, I'm gonna expect more like, cause like, didn't your Tandon also recently attack him and was really pathetic or some shit? And a bunch of other like pathetic ass bullshit. I don't even know. They really can't stop the motion of one like goofy fucking fucking himbo streamer. It's incredible. They're trying to do everything possible to stop his motion, and they can't stop his motion. And they're coping and seething about it. It's very funny. Boy Meets Mini, are you saying that someone died in America because of a probable, easily preventable infection in the hospital? In my America? What the? Oh, NASCAR. Wait a second. NASCAR? Boy Meets Mini, I know that you had something to do with this because it involves NASCAR. What did you do? Actually, no. I'm gonna blame Alex Roivas instead, actually. Boy Meets Mini, you know what to do. Danielle Smith says Albertans will vote this fall on whether the province should pursue a future separation referendum. Sure, man. Totally. First off, like, it only has 28% support, I think, within the, within the, province. And even with that 28% support, are those 28% actually going to go out and fucking vote? No. All the statistics say that it's actually going to be 14% of Albertans that are actually going to go and do it. It's just like, bro, it's just not gonna happen. Those fucking Albertan separatists ain't gonna do shit. Yeah, it's not gonna go anywhere. All these, like, soy losers keep saying, like, we're gonna, literally, separate, actually, guys. It's gonna totally happen, this, guys. Never happens. Yeah, because there's a bunch of treaties there. What are those going to look like if the province actually does separate? And if it does separate, what is it going to become a part of? Like, is it going to become a part of what? The United States? Is it going to make its? Is it going to be its own nation or something? It's not going to fucking happen. It's just stupid. It's just fucking cope. It's a bunch of cope from a bunch of really, really low IQ people. Which, I mean, the Alberta separatists are very, very low IQ individuals, so... Checks out. I don't have any fucking undergrounds. Fuck me. The crazier bit, the First Nations, Métis, and Inuits have land treaties with the federal government, so Alberta separating is a treaty violation. Oh, which means the federal government is going to step in and potentially deploy fucking military assets to enforce that shit. Be like, no. Nah, like, it's not gonna fucking happen. It's not gonna do anything. Glenn Greenwald versus 20 MAGA Republicans. Alright. Sure, man. Thank you, Julie. It's not the case in Canada. The outskirts of Toronto and Vancouver, generally speaking, will be a bit of a toss-up. There's certain parts of Toronto that are always going to be, like, conservative, but for the most part, they tend to be liberal. With the downtown parts either tending to be liberal or NDP. It's a bit of a toss-up, depends. Yes, the 905 area is a toss-up. That's 1000% true. Edmonton and Calgary tend to vote liberal. Not NDP. Not really. Yeah, because Liberals' fucking electoral strategy was really bad, but it ended up not mattering. And now we know why Liberals' electoral strategy ended up being really bad. It's because they're just conservatives. And like I said before, Flem Nation's being particularly aggressive right now. Like I said before, Mark Carney's... yes, he's fully conservative now, and his approval rating is starting to drop massively. He was in the 70s, and now he's in the 60s. And it's going to drop even faster. He's gone full austerity cuck, which, whoa, was expected. He failed to fucking deliver. However, there's a... it's a liberal majority at the time being, and we'll see... Because at the only point in time is we're going to be stuck with him for, I think, about till 2029. So at this point, we'll see what happens if there's eventually a vote of no confidence. A vote of no confidence if Mark Carney's popularity starts to go down more and more and more, will trigger an election. If there's a vote of no confidence. But that's not in the cards at the moment. Probably like more next year. That's probably going to happen. But for now... Yeah, Pierre is... No, the Conservatives are more or less dead in the water. They can't do anything to 235, because if the Conservatives get rid of Pierre, guess who benefits? The PPC. Right? Because the only reason why the PPC is not a factor right now is because of Pierre. The constituency of the Conservatives, like Pierre Poilievre, the party does not like him. So if they get rid of Pierre Poilievre for, say, like an Aaron O'Toole type, what's going to happen? The constituency is going to leave because they'll want to go further right. And I have no idea who can really take the place of Pierre Poilievre amongst the fucking Conservatives. That's ultimately the question that they're going to have. But here's the thing. Even if they do find another one who's like Pierre Poilievre, it's just going to be the exact same fucking cycle over and over and over again. Thus meaning, like, they are just basically fucked, the Conservative Party. There's nothing they can do. They are currently stuck in the cycle of samsara. They decided to go for the Trump LARP, and it's not working. The PBC is just our further right-leaning party. I have no idea if they're actually the descendants of the Nazis. Yeah, we'll definitely have a fucking block majority with that fucking dumbass, whatever the fuck, idiot, Mélenchon, not Mélenchon. I forget his name. He's so fucking forgettable. Like, no one cares about him. What the okay, Zane. Blanchet. There we go. Yeah, him. Blanchet is just like... He's basically... He's just a Nazbol. Like, unironically. He's a Nazbol for Quebec. That's it. Yves-François Blanchet. There's a non-zero chance PPC will end up like Reform UK. What fucking immigration are they going to bitch, moan, and complain about? Indian immigrants or something? Okay, man. Totally. As if that's not already been played out or some shit. It's not, like... It'll work on, like, the stupidest amongst us. Is that going to be enough to get them into power? I don't think so. Because the Conservatives are just going to take too much. Like, it's just not, like... It's just not in the cards for right now. In terms of the political dynamics that exist within Canada. Basically, they are wallahi fucking cooked, bros. Yeah, say Wallahi, bro. Say Wallahi. Wallahi, bro.
Putis!
Yes, putis indeed. Putis indeed. Zane, I sent the image you fucking made to Ford. He's gonna love it. Oh man, it's gonna be funny. No, I did not send it to Doug Ford. No. He says I have a smaller head than Hassan. Holy shit, that's funny. Oh man, dude. That's funny. Democrat moms for Pratt. Is that Pratt, Spencer Pratt dude, what, a fucking reality show fucking cuck or something? Okay. Cool. Sure, man. Priya Patel is on his campaign staff. Sure, man. Is he likely going to win? Is he even in, like, a good position whatsoever to win? This Spencer Pratt individual? He might if there's too much Dem vote splitting. That's like the only thing that could potentially happen. So obviously Karen Bass is still running, and she sucks. Nithya Raman, I think, is the other dumbass's name, and she's like a liberal Zionist. Yeah, I mean, I think LA is just kind of cooked. Yes, Ray seems to be, like, the only, like, decent candidate, but, like, just not enough traction. NIMBY's hater. Well, see, this is why you have to basically, annihilate all the NIMBYs. You tell the NIMBYs you will like affordable housing. Fuck you. Yup, it's not. And no one will be able to afford housing in the fucking goddamn city either because of all these NIMBY fucking degenerates. But Daho, what about the fucking homelessness problem? If you are not a NIMBY, you will take care of the homelessness problem by proxy. There is this one VTuber group known as Vichibon, right? And, like, I think none of them live in LA. And they were just like, yeah, we have to go to LA. And God, LA fucking sucks. Besides, like, the homeless problem that exists within LA, which sucks. They mostly just talk about how most of the spots within LA, for example, just kind of suck. And you want to know why that's the case? It's because zoning in LA is just fucking terrible. And guess whose fault that is? Oh, it's the fucking NIMBYs. Neighborhood zoned for walking, the best places? Oh, wow, shocker. Who would have thought? Almost as if the Yimbys are correct. People who actually care about city planning are correct, unlike the fucking degenerate scumfuck like boomers that run most of these fucking places. Crazy. Essentially what I'm saying is that if we wait for boomers to die out, then maybe LA won't be a blighted wasteland. Just saying. Maybe LA can be saved. If there's no more old people. Now Beer Bash is fucking raiding with one person? What the cock and balls is this? What's up, Beer Bash? Snack time? Yeah, imagine playing Marjorie Taylor Greene. That's kind of fucked up, Beer Bash. Spoice. He's kinda nice. Anonymous donor reportedly offers to pay Chud the Builder's $1 million bond. By the way, even if he does go on bond, he still can't have any guns and he can't talk about what he did. This is very funny. Well, obviously, whatever, you know what I mean. Apparently, Fox News also brought some retired vice admiral on, and for whatever reason, he's wearing like a poorly applied mask. I have no idea why. It's very strange. Thought masks were woke. That's what I thought as well, Boy Meets Minnie, but apparently not. Waiting this whole damn time for this fucking bullshit. Wait, did you drop off all the rail? Yes. Okay, so we can start to construct the fucking rail network then. We probably need more of these. No, he did not drop off all the rail. Alright, that's an expansion of this shit. Alright, which means one thing and one thing only now. We can start to finally make some fucking rail. Keep these on us. Go to these. These. Those chlorine salts in there. Get rid of the stone. Put these things in here for now. Signals. I did not drop off the lamps. Kills myself in a video game. Whatever. We can finally start building this fucking thing. Appears we may have stunk up this place a little bit. Now, Daho, why would you do that? Because we need to clear it all out for fucking trains. That's why. This is why we want to make sure that all of this fucking nonsense is built somewhere very, very far away that has a natural barrier for us to essentially take care of this annoying ass fucking bullshit, because we have to be constantly repairing everything. Be really irritating. Not only that, the bots would also have to be constantly repaired. Because this shit is not bot friendly. Come on, fuck off. You thought about it. It's being a bit of a tease. Don't like it. It's annoying. Listen, that's what happens when you fuck with geese. They will stop your F1 practice sessions. I find it really funny how Destiny and DGGers are trying to spin up a conspiracy theory that Hassan is the main guy who got Destiny rebanned, when it is more than likely the case that the thing that got him unbanned from the beginning with Twitch was probably some weirdo DGGer who was a obvious fucking fan basically unbanned him. Yes, of course, well, because they have to, because it's a fucking, like, it's a cult. Like, they have to believe that it's, Hassan is, like, the shadowy fucking cabal at the center of all of this. Like, it's stupid. They have to spin up a schizophrenic conspiracy theory about it, because otherwise Destiny won't have an audience otherwise. He can't distinguish himself in any meaningful manner, because, functionally speaking, why listen to Destiny, who's like a lascivious, degenerate fucking pervert? Who is incredibly spiteful, is a massive fucking pile of shit. What was I saying? What else was I saying? Yeah, he's a massive fucking pervert. He's a piece of shit. Someone who, genuinely speaking, just does not deserve any of the fucking platform or grace that he's been fucking given as an individual. Is completely just, not worth interacting or looking at in general as an individual. Worth mentioning that he's a fucking degenerate piece of shit pervert, again. He is an individual who genuinely deserves no fucking sympathy or mercy for a lot of the fucking idiotic shit that he pushes for and believes in. Alright, let's clear the ground. This train network doesn't need to be particularly complicated. Okay, so there's some stuff that we need to export from this base. And import at the location. We need to send over chlorine, oxygen, hydrogen, and a couple of other things, I think. I'll have to double check on the processes. Because at that location that we're going to be headed to, we are going to be creating several important products. Specifically caloric fuel, as well as using this area as an operation for our growing of various very, very important products. Specifically, ores. Because the only reason why we're not progressing at the moment is because we don't have any ores. That's it. I've been putting it off. Also because we've had other things we have to take care of. Now we've taken care of those things. Okay, we have run out of sprouts, but those things will come back eventually. It's not a big deal. It's fine. We've run out of Sykunos. Too soon? Can't believe that Daho's going to be doing a massive amount of landscaping. Oh, this is just the beginning for our landscaping adventures. Oh, this is just the beginning. Okay, well, stinking up this area is not really that big of a deal. We don't care. It's far enough away from our shit that we don't care. Alright. Back to here. Right there. That'll take care of all that shit. Right, we also need to ship in Cottonite. So we need to ship in Cottonite, oxygen, and I think also hydrogen. Or chlorine, rather. Of which we have plenty of in spades. We just have to ship all of those into location. Which means we're going to get some pumps, and we're going to pump it out to this direction. Easy fucking peasy. I may need more cliff explosives. That's fine. Start laying down some fucking rail. 45-degree turns, straights. Homos, look away. There's straights being laid down. Stick a T right there.
Pepe, why are you gay?
Who says I'm gay? You are gay. Who says I'm gay? Laying straights down and putting T-junctions net to them. It's gender-affirming care. Yeah, it's called being dark woke. You wouldn't get it, libtard. I hope this works. I hope. It should work. Alright, we get more straights. Lots more straights. I could stick another power plant in the middle of all of this, but I'm not going to. You don't have to do that. It's also very convenient that we have, circuits as well attached to all of this. Just in case we need any circuits. This, these blueprints are very, very well made. Again, we don't need to do anything particularly complicated, but one side's going to be for our imports, the other side's going to be for our exports. Just gotta appropriately create the junctions for that exactly. And these blueprints should also have stuff available for, let's say it all together, elevated sections. Look at all this. We even have elevated segments. Oh my god, it's almost like they've thought of everything. Yeah. It's almost as if they did. Okay, we're starting to make enough sprouts now. Lovely. The fuck? Really? Sure, man. different kinds of trains, stations, platforms. 1 2 car, 1 car, 10 car, 9 car, 8 car trains, 2 cars. 1 to 1 trains, roboports, solar arrays. Very impressive. They've truly thought of everything in this book. Those are for city blocks, destruction planners, walls. These are quite the designs. Maintenance supply requester. Maintenance supply provider. Those will definitely be actually very, very useful for future endeavors. Dragon's Teeth tiles. So that's their Dragon's Teeth design to fuck with their pathing. I don't think that's ultimately necessary, to be honest, but, you know. Ground entries. Depots. Stackers, depots. I may need to move this. Does not, because I want these to be 1 to 2 trains. These do not quite fit 1 to 2. That perfectly fits 1 to 2. Bit of a problem. I think I can only fit 2 of these. Which is kind of annoying. Another thing I may have to think about is also potential for U-turns. What's up, Matt? Well, you've never heard of escargot? You think escargot is nasty? Escargot is not that nasty. It's not that bad, to be honest. I've had escargot. They're fine. They're not really slimy. Typically, well, it's the French who eat it, so typically there's a lot of butter involved. Because French, obviously. I didn't think that would exactly fit there. I'm gonna stick the U-turns just in case we need them. Problem is the U-turn doesn't exactly fit in here. We could move this stuff, but it'd be kind of annoying. Excuse me. Elevated rails, ground entry exit. These are for very specific reasons. Straight diagonals and stuff, okay. Yes, another thing we also have to think about is a fucking refueling station. Fuel supply, fueling station, fueling skip wagon, refuel trains. We don't need refuel trains. That's unnecessary. I may need to move this stuff then. Need to move this section, actually. Because we're going to stick the refueling station here, as well as a couple of other things. Okay, none of those should be affected whatsoever by the corrosive acids. That's fine. I do not have to care. Okay, cool. Tear this all apart. We're going to move it up all one segment. But when this thing is done, it's gonna look so beautiful, folks. Trust me, it's gonna look great. This infrastructure project that we're working on called the trains. It's gonna look so great, folks. Okay, so T-junction goes here. Stick a UE. Just to make it look clean. It's really the only reason. T goes here. Now, next segment. Stations. Where is it? Inline depots. 2-car max. These are more or less what I want, actually. For when we're dealing with our... Actually, we'll think about that. For the time being, we'll stick in our straights. Straight, straight, straight. I wanted to kind of avoid this just in case I wanted to build more farm here, but I don't think that will be necessary. Because we have enough farm. If we need more farm, we can make more farm. It's whatever. What we do need to get rid of is all this fucking bullshit. More landscaping. Welcome to building a rail network in fucking Factorio. It's a lot of landscaping and other bullshit. A lot of things that Stephen Miller would want you to be deported for. Dow, that's racist. Well, so is Stephen Miller. make the thing I want to do work with just the inlines, so it should be fine, actually, I think. Stick that there. Get the UE. Stick the UE. Now, don't comment on anything of it looking like two random ball sacks. Balls. Okay, so the stuff that we need to import up there. For the processing of the stuff we need to make for the caloric fuel. Chlorine. Oxygen. It's just chlorine and oxygen. Claro-ox rocket fuel. We could actually get this started as well. We probably should, just to have rocket fuel available for the trains. So we only need two things then. We need chlorine. And we also need chlorfiend. It's not that. Is that fucking production line again? Oxygen. It's just chlorine and oxygen is what we need. Because we need to be able to make acid-file lichen. And we also need to be able to make the caloric fuel. These are the two things we're going up there to make. Yes. As for the nutrients, we're going to be using the mushroom sprouts for the nutrients. With an initial Kickstarter from spoilage. Or from the acid-file lichen. We just need to bring in two things, and then we have to import back in ores and caloric fuel. Because we need the caloric fuel and stone. So 4 different things we need to import back in. Iron ore, copper ore, stone, and caloric fuel. 4 things. Now, does that make sense? Is everyone taking notes? This will be on the test. Yes, I have foundations. I have foundations, I also have the elevated rail, which I forgot to give myself, like an idiot. But I will do that now. Do I even have regular elevated rail? No, I have the neodymium stuff. Fucking just go to Vulcanus. We're going to need a lot more than 50 of these things. That's a little putis. That's kind of putis right there, I'm not gonna lie. Right, we don't have the rail ramps, so we can't fucking make use of that shit quite yet. That was a 3, I believe. Yes, that was a 3. 3, 3, that was a 3. Now we continue with our straights, and if we need turns, T-junctions, 4-ways, U-turns, we have the rest of everything we need. And this will make it such that I can save on a lot of foundations, which is why I wanted to do this mostly. Boop. Okay, we have to go up till about here. This is not going to be like the most craziest extensive rail line. It's just going to be essentially a closed loop. Because that's all we need it for. We just needed to be a closed loop. But I wanted to use these, the designs in these books. Because I wanted to use these junctions. Mostly because I can make the... I was hoping I'd be able to make the shit relatively compact. Move these down by about 1. But I'd have to move these fucking chemical plants, and that's going to be, with how everything I have oriented right now, way too much of a fucking pain in the ass. So I'm not doing that. I could reorient this T intersection, this T junction here, to fucking accommodate for that. So I can have the U-turn, but I don't want to do that either. So this'll have to do. Make compromises, such is life. We are gonna have to do an extensive amount of landscaping in this area. An extensive amount of landscaping. Not only are we going to have to do an extensive amount of landscaping, we're also going to have to do an extensive amount of building our necessary biochamber loops. Of course, which I have all the blueprints for already. Blah, 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 blah. And then we need to prepare the... we need to also have room for all the stations. We also need to have room for the rest of the junctions, everything, blah, 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 blah. Plenty of prep work left to do for this dumbass fucking adventure. Okay, so since I only need 2 liquids, then for that production chain, it's which definitely makes my life more easy. Where's the caloric fuel? It's oxygen and chlorine is the 2 things that I need. We can prep the stations for that and prep the trains for that as well. We're going to be using these things, the armored trains, because not only do they carry a lot more, they also get rid of you, get rid of you. We're going to have inline stations for these, because we're just going to be using those to export the shit we need. Okay, 1 for oxygen, 1 for chlorine. And these things are making the pace that they need again. Lovely. Inline requesters. No, we just want the inline shitters. Oh, wow. They even make the fucking appropriate stations? Damn. This book really has everything. This is incredible. Look at that. And upgrade planners. Jeez. Man, this book really fucking has everything. Including roboports? Roboport grids? Jesus. And if I wanted to stick in solar panels into everything? Like... What have these jabronis not thought up of? That's my question. Like, they even have, like, solar, like, city block designs for this shit. It's insane. Right, not inline providers or requesters. We don't want requesters. Those are just regular depots. We're not looking for those. These are the various differing kinds of trains. Refueling station, we're gonna have to come up with a little bit of a... We're gonna have to come up with something interesting. Inline deposits. This is what I was looking for. Right here. This bad boy is what I wanted. So let's just get rid of all of this shit. Wait, no, this doesn't work. It's only for 1-to-1. Puta. Although, honestly, this stuff carries a storage volume of about 200k. Do we need more than that? 200k? We'll do 1-to-2, I think, for ores and stuff. Maybe we can only just do... Nah, we'll do... Okay, here. Okay, we're making a compromise. Okay, we're gonna compromise. We're compromising already. Okay, I'm gonna rename this thing to... oxygen... not be yellow. No need for train limits. Nope. And everything else will be... you will not be oxygen export. You will be... chlorine export. Alright. You go there. You go here, you go there. Lovely. Wait, do these not really fucking reach? Annoying if true, to be honest. Give me these. So we can have a nice big buffer. They really don't fucking reach. That's really awkward. Because I would need an underground to be... That's fucking annoying. That doesn't actually work. Fuck my life. Okay, annoying. Yes. Those only work for fucking exporting of fucking items. Okay, plan B. First off, let's just restore this real quick. Open the goddamn book. Actually, is there a way I could flip this? That doesn't really work. It shouldn't matter if it's on this side, though. Yeah, why don't I just do it on this side? Yeah, that shouldn't matter, actually. It should be fine. Because we can just run the pipe. It should be fine. Okay, let's try that. Stations. Inline depots. That's for the chlorine. This one's for the oxygen. 2. One, two. Pumps. No, it still doesn't work. Boop! Okay, fine. I'll come up with some fuck shit myself then. Fine. You've won this time, Satan. Satan has beaten me this one time. That should be good. Pumps. 1, 2, 3. We are off, I think, by a single tile. Perfect. One, two, three. Then rail signal is working correctly. Then one simple copy and paste. That should do it. Perfect. Lovely. Give ourselves a nice big old buffer, because having buffers doesn't hurt. Grab our pipes. And she works. Chlorine export. Enable train limit. I think all of us have enabled train limits, I think. Leave that as is. And that's oxygen export. Okay. The only other concern has to be with fuel. But we'll just bring up some roboports for that. That shouldn't be a problem. One power pole, one power pole. And we get our rocket fuel. Lovely. Try and make this not look like shit. Oh, it may have to look like shit. Ow. I hate it when my stuff looks like crap. Whatever. Sacrifices have to be made. That's for the caloric fuel. Your oxygen. Time to deal with this temporary nuisance, SpongeBob. I hate constantly dealing with this. Now, you may be wondering, Daho, why are you talking like Squidward? I don't know, because I feel like it, idiot. Alright, well, there's the oxygen set up. Lovely. So there's the oxygen. Ugh. I just want to set up these stations and then we'll talk about the shit we need to talk about in the fucking goddamn title. Oh boy, I love trains. I love trains. It's almost 2 in the morning. Oh boy. That's what I get for thinking about trains too much. I did not want to spend this much time on this shit. Ugh. Okay, that's the oxygen. That'll eventually fill up, which is fine. Then eventually we need to just make some rocket fuel. Or honestly, probably not even rocket fuel. We can probably just stick with solid fuel for the time being. And transition to rocket fuel. Transing. Our children? What the? Or is it actually? Rocket fuel. There. I mean, we have all the stuff anyways. I mean, we could just start making rocket fuel. It won't be in the acid working plant, which is what I wanted to do. But oh, we can just make a couple. Yeah, honestly, just enough for the... You know what? Yeah, actually, we'll just make enough for the, just for the trains. But it won't be for the rocket ships. It'll just be for the trains. Stick it in a chest. That's fine. solid fuel from hydrogen. Okie dokie. Catalytic chemical plant for the other stuff. Two fuel inputs and that thing. Can I make this work with direct insertion? I don't think so. That's a little brother ear for me. .4 per second. Hmm. 6.8 per second. Okay. How much of this shit do you make? Solid fuel. 3.5 per second? Really? Let's do this. And we're done. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. .2 per second. We don't need the crazy amount of this stuff. Well, that'll be rocket fuel done. So that's cool, I guess. I don't know, Boy Meets Minnie. You make it seem like outsmarting Claude is like a grand achievement, but I feel like it's actually not that difficult. Well, that's a little scuffed, but it works, so it's fine, I think. Okay, made it fit. There we go. Fix up the pipes. That's the light oil. Now for the oxygen. Well, there's rocket fuel for the trains. And we're getting chlorine for the trains. Plenty of oxygen for the trains. Why are we not getting that much chlorine for the trains? Okay, it's probably because... Yes, we have just too much hydronium. Too much of a good thing. Of which we will need to filter out a little bit of. How much hydronium is this making? 342. Okay. It's not that much. Need the pumps. And that will take care of that problem. Well, having a buffer of this hydronium stuff is not really going to hurt me, so we'll just keep this extra buffer. Why not? It doesn't hurt, so that's fine. Well, it was clogged, and now we fixed the clog. We made a good amount of progress today. I've been at that for way too fucking long, I'm gonna be honest. That's not that big of a deal. Ain't the end of the world. I keep putting off the Trump G stuff. think I'm just gonna have to put it off again. I got too distracted by factoring my Oreos. It is what it is. It's not the end of the world. I got plenty of stuff in the docket anyway, so it's fine. Alright. Water, stretch legs, bathroom, and then we will yap about some of the stuff that's in the interview in the title. I'll be right back. Boom. I scared you, didn't I? Factor our Oreos a little too hard. Who's ready to get mad at some billionaires? Ooh, I am. Me. You're not mad enough. That's true, points, Minnie. I factored my Oreos a little too hard, but that's okay. We got a lot of good work done today. Though honestly, tomorrow is probably going to be a lot more landscaping. Yeah, it's going to be a lot of landscaping. But again, it's like no different on most. If you're making like a train-based base, most of it is landscaping and killing the natives. So kind of like America. When America made its rail lines, it was killing the natives and laying down some track. Oh man, it's good. Dude, I love how there's like some Asmongold fucking troglodytes saying like, you're lying, Asmongold. Doesn't hate minorities. You need to do better. It's just like, oh, really? Then why is he saying that socioeconomics is a cope when it comes to why fucking black people are disadvantaged? Why is he trying to fucking blame DEI for fuck's sake? When that's not the problem. I'm gonna say something stupid because I'm not very intelligent. It's like, alright, man. Alright, let's get started with this shit. Well, see, here's the thing, Boy Meets Mini. In Factorio, we're not sending Burmese and Tamil workers to die. We're just killing a bunch of alien bugs. Pepe, 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 Pepe. So I never would have thought that this day would come, but the fabled Democratic Autopsy report of 2024 has graced us with its presence or some shit. I mean, graced is, let's just say the term graced here is doing a little bit of heavy lifting here. But the Democrats have released a 92 page basically document outlining why did we fucking lose the 2024 election. And would you believe it if I said that yeah, they don't diagnose themselves correctly whatsoever for as to why they ended up losing. There's no mention of Joe Biden's age, inflation, Palestine, Gaza. They have some mentions in there of the quote-unquote they-them ad. When in reality, neither the Republicans nor the Democrats know why the they-them ad was as effective as it is. There's like an overall summary total of it. We're not going through the entirety of the fucking goddamn document. It's 192 pages. It's too long. I'm not doing that. Fuck that shit. But here, statement from the DNC chair, Ken Martin, who should resign, by the way, because I'm starting to have a feeling why he might not have wanted this to release whatsoever, because it's bad, man. It's a really, really shitty fucking document. When I was elected DNC chair, I was commissioned an after-election review of the 2024 election that after-action review, rather, that I wanted to be honest and transparent with the actionable and specific takeaways for the future of the Democratic Party. When I received the report late last year, it wasn't ready for prime time. Not even close. I trust me, he's being quite serious when he's saying that. That's the only thing I think I will agree with Ken Martin on. God damn, that thing was not ready for prime time. And because no source material was provided, it would have meant starting over. I could not in good faith put the DNC stamp of approval on the report that was produced. And after last November's massive Democratic wins, not really because of anything you did, but because everyone hates the Republicans, but whatever, I didn't want to create a distraction, but by not putting that report out, I ended up creating an even bigger distraction. For that, I sincerely apologize. Yes, well, okay. The thing is that the initial excuses that was used by the Democrats for as to why the autopsy wasn't put out were just bad. If you unironically just said, like, yeah, the reason why we're not putting this thing out is because it's a dog shit fucking report. Like, it's really not that good, guys. It's pretty terrible. Just be, like, transparent about it, like you say you are, right? Like, saying, like, it's a terrible report. Most of the details in there are incredibly scuffed. They're just bad. It does not really hold up to any fucking, like, maybe not like any scrutiny, but like rather it's just not a good report. It's not complete. It has spelling errors in it, for fuck's sake. Like, I'm like convinced that they've used AI to fucking make this shit. They have multiple spelling mistakes in there. Like, some sentences just don't even make any sense. So it's just like, brother, like, what the fuck are we doing here? It's like, God, it's terrible. For full transparency, I'm releasing the report as we received it in its entirety, unedited and unabridged. It does not meet my standards, and it won't meet your standards, but I'm doing this because people need to be able to trust the Democratic Party and trust our word. Well, cool. At least there's, like, some, I don't know, I guess, like, some form of trying to crawl back from, like, a terrible, terrible situation. But here, a rather summarized version of what was said, and we'll also go over Kyle Klinsky's sort of reaction to this as well. So DNC Chair Ken Martin released an incomplete 2024 election autopsy. Trump's they-them attacks on Harris were seen as highly effective. Now, obviously, when we're talking about that specific attack ad made by Trump, both the Democrats and Republicans are talking past one another. Now, what the Republicans obviously meant by they-them was trans people or non-binary people, whatever. He was basically saying that, quote-unquote, the Democratic Party is too woke. They're going to be more interested in putting, I don't know, like, trans women in fucking sports and shit like that. That was the basis of that attack ad there by the Republican Party, right? But they were very, very ambiguous about it, right? Not on purpose, but because to try to have some form of, like, not making it too blatant about fucking trans people, right? And the Democrats also thought it was about, like, trans people. That's not what the voters interpreted it as, right? What the voters interpreted that attack ad is as the Democratic Party and Kamala Harris being for they, them, aka the elite, the billionaire class. And the reason why they fucking thought that is because inflation was up and the economy was not in a good spot. And how were the Democrats celebrating what was the tenets of a successful economy? By saying the stock market is going really well. Now, big problem there, right? If inflation is up and you're touting the fucking stock market, most people are not going to think that's a good economic fucking position for them, right? They're going to think that it is bad. And because of the Democrats constantly saying, like, what do you mean? The stock market's doing great, and Biden did quite well to reduce inflation and try to do everything possible in order to basically help with the U.S. economy. But it didn't feel that way to the fucking voters. And that is why the they-them attack ad was as effective as it was. It wasn't because of people being anti-woke or whatever. That's fucking stupid, right? No one gives a fuck about fucking goddamn trans people. Nobody gives two flying fucks about, like, trans women in sports and all this shit. That's such a, like, non-issue in the minds of the American people who have so many other fucking problems that they need to contend with. So saying that it was an effective attack ad because of that is stupid. And we can point to this reason exactly for as to why it was not effective. The Virginia gubernatorial race between Abigail Spanberger and I forget the name of the Republican, doesn't really matter. The Republican gubernatorial candidate made the entirety of that campaign all about trans people. And she got absolutely fucking trounced. No, it wasn't Glenn Youngkin. You're thinking of, like, West Virginia, Boy Meets Minnie. Wrong Virginia. She got trounced. It was not even fucking close, right? That race. Because Abigail Spanberger talked about what exactly? Affordability, the economic crisis that's getting worse and worse and worse under Donald Trump right now. And Winsome Earl Sears. Thank you, Boy Meets Minnie. Yes, it was her. She's a very stupid individual. Her whole campaign was all about trans people in sports, and no one gave a fuck about that. No one cared. Everyone was just like, okay, like, whatever, trans people in fucking sports. Have you seen my fucking goddamn bills? They're getting worse and worse and worse, right? And considering the fact, this is also another thing, a lot of government workers live in fucking Virginia who, guess what, just got fired by Donald Trump. They're not going to be particularly happy about the Republican Party because of that. They're going to be like, yeah, fuck the Republicans. We're going to vote for fucking Democrats as well. That's also another factor that also led to Abigail Spanberger winning in that fucking gubernatorial race. So again, the whole like trans question around the They Them ad is stupid. Fucking stupid. Like, that's not the reasoning for as to why that fucking attack ad was as effective as it was. It was effective because Donald Trump, accidentally I would say, basically made the argument saying that the Democratic Party is for Wall Street, the stock market, the rich, yada yada yada. Not for fucking trans people. That's a bunch of hooey. Like, Kamala Harris never even talked about trans people during that fucking campaign. It's just stupid. Biden team criticized for failing to prepare Harris. We know that Biden was essentially just like ego tripping. Was just mad about the fact that the voters, broadly speaking, rejected him, mostly because he was unpopular and really old. Again, I've talked about this before, but because of the fact that the Democratic Party was expecting there to be a red wave during the fucking midterms, which obviously the Republicans fumbled the bag on that one, hyper specifically fixating on trans people, when no one gives a fuck about that issue in the United States of America. Because of that hyperfixation, it ended up being a red trickle over a red wave. That ended up getting to Biden's head and to Biden's ego specifically. He thought he was him, so he decided to run for a second term, when that's not the fucking reasoning for as to why you, ended up not getting completely trounced in those fucking midterms as badly as the Democratic strategists and whatnot were basically expecting. It's like, no. And that being compounded with the genocide within Gaza and Palestine made it much worse. Democrats accused of neglecting rural voters and local parties. Same Schumerite fucking strategy right there of saying like, well, if we just ignore the Midwest and just focus on the suburbs of Pennsylvania to get this mythical moderate voter that's never going to like us anyways, we're going to be able to win elections. It's just like, thank you, Schumer, for essentially just tanking the Democratic Party for no reason. And the report says party relied too much on not Trump messaging instead of defining itself. Yeah. If you keep saying what you are against and not what you are for, people are just going to be like, okay, we get it. You guys aren't Trump, but like, what policies do you agree with, right? And guess what? Before the DNC, Kamala Harris was actually outlining some pretty decent policies, like trying to ban corporate price gouging within grocery stores. 87% approval rating, great fucking policy. Everyone fucking liked it. Dropped it after the DNC. Hello? What? Why? Why would you do that? That doesn't make any sense to me, right? It's stupid. Like, strategically speaking, it just makes like absolutely no sense to me. But here, our boy, our bleach blonde boy, sure, whatever, Kyle Kulinski, going into some further details about the Democratic autopsy. Why don't you take a look? Yeah, leftist Slim Shady. Yeah, our dark woke commander.
All right, y'all. Got some breaking news here for you. So the DNC has now officially released the autopsy of the 2024 race, and it gets into why they think they lost. Now, Ken Martin is the head of the DNC. He had basically been going around in interviews and gaslighting us as to why he's refusing to release the autopsy. Well, now that it is released, allow me to say, I kind of understand why he didn't want to release it. Hey, bro, this thing's a mess, man. This thing is an absolute mess. So let me walk you through it. But right off the jump here, let me just say, 100% this was made with AI. Without a doubt, this was made with AI. It is an absolute joke. It is pathetic.
Yeah, I think I also agree with Kyle Kulinski on that one. Like, there's a bunch of sentences that are poorly structured. There's spelling mistakes in it. It's just it sucks, man. It's a bad report. It's not good. Like genuinely, it's a fucking piece of shit.
how off base this is. All right, so right off the jump here, let me just say some of the reasons that they give for why Kamala lost. They say Trump's they-them attack ads on Kamala were seen as highly effective. That's where Trump was saying, she only cares about trans people, whereas I care about you, the regular folks. To me, I think that's kind of stupid and dumb because Kamala wasn't talking about trans people. She never mentioned trans people, so to try to tar her with that rings very hollow, in my opinion. We also have the Biden team was criticizing.
Again, like with my huge explanation with the they-them ad, the only reason why that attack ad was as successful as it was, because again, neither the Democrats or the Republicans know why that fucking attack ad was successful. It was successful because it successfully painted the Democratic Party as being for Wall Street, as being for the stock market, as not being for the people. That's why they are for they-them, aka the elites, which is hilarious that the Republicans are the ones making that argument.
For failing to prepare Kamala properly. They say that the Democrats were neglecting rural voters, and they also say that Democrats relied too much on saying we're not Trump. Hey, we're not this guy. We're anything but this guy. Okay, so that's some of the conclusions. We also have Kamala Harris on the ballot helped down-ballot Democrats more than Biden would have if he was on the ballot. In the report, they urge a shift away from identity politics.
That's what I understood as well from a lot of people, even in, like, say, the uncommitted movement, right? They said that they were not going to vote for the top of the ticket, but for the down-ballot candidates, you vote for them anyways, right? Like, and that's generally speaking the consensus that I've also heard from, like, a lot of people, that they liked a lot of their local Democratic candidates, but not so much the top of the ticket. The top of the ticket was just incredibly fucking uninspiring, which I would agree with.
And toward middle class and kitchen table issues like the economy and affordability. They also say that Republicans were more effective at messaging and data use, and they learned messages from the past better, including from Obama's campaign. Now, having said all that, you ready for this? So, mentions of Gaza, Palestine, or Israel in the 192-page report.
Zero.
None. Not at all.
By the way, that's also the exact same shit that David Hogg also mentions as well. The fact that there was zero fucking mentions of Israel, Palestine, Gaza at zero. Same with also inflation, zero. And by the way, this is the and Biden's age, also zero fucking mentions. The actual concerns of the broader Democratic constituency not addressed whatsoever within this fucking autopsy. None. Which makes me think this was either made with AI or, like, complete consultancy slop brain. It's just like, okay, bro, like, nice fucking goddamn meme. So fucking stupid, dude.
Didn't bring it up at all. Okay, that is astonishing, especially given that we now have some data that has come out that shows it was a very big reason why Kamala wasn't able to juice the turnout among the base as much as she needed it. Okay, we already have polling data that indicates this was a huge, huge issue. Okay, more. In addition to flat-out factual inaccuracies that are in the report, and I'm going to give you some of those in just a little bit, but in addition to that, the report also doesn't discuss inflation, perceptions of Biden's age, and immigration. That's all left completely out of the report.
Oh yeah, that's also a good point to bring up immigration, all of this as well, because quote-unquote Kamala Harris was the immigration czar, for lack of a better term. The problem with the Democrats on fucking immigration, and the reason why the American people started becoming for deportations of migrants within the United States of America, which is insane, obviously, for a lot of other reasons, but that's besides the point, was because the Democrats didn't provide effective counter-messaging to the schizophrenic fucking bullshit that the Republicans were constantly putting out, and were in fact passing a lot of fucking immigration bills and policies that was favorable to the Republicans, because it turns out Joe Biden is a bit of a fucking Republican himself, especially when it comes to immigration. Like, for example, Title 42 still kept in place by the Democratic Party while Joe Biden was in fucking office. So it's just like, okay, man, like, we're shocked Pikachu facing that all of a sudden there's like this wide sentiment within the United States of America of being highly fucking anti-immigrant. Oh, because the opposition party is just like going along with the fascist fucking schizophrenic bullshit over it. Which, again, I'm going to stipulate, the only reason why there were a bunch of migrant waves that were happening in Venezuela and Afghanistan is because of Donald Trump. Stupid.
Amazing. All right, now how do we know that this was written?
And also, just to really put this out here real quick, the fact that there's no mentions of any of this stuff, it blatantly shows that the Democratic Party has not reflected whatsoever. They don't give a shit. They don't care. They've made it extremely fucking clear, and I need everybody to understand this, that they are not willing to learn any of the fucking lessons for as to why they ended up being the failure of a party that they are. It's stupid, man. Like, incredibly, incredibly dumb.
AI. Well, let me give you this. Here's some of the errors it contains. To Ken Martin's point about this document not being ready for prime time, which is something he said, it contains lots of errors and curious inclusions, even some that are puzzling to have in a draft. For instance, it lists 2 separate vote percentages for North Carolina for the Republican gubernatorial candidate Mark Robinson. It says at one point he won 45% of the vote. At another point it says he won 42.7%.
Mark Robinson, I believe, or rather that gubernatorial candidate, that guy was the black Nazi. Like, very, very fucking insane weirdo. Also, blaming Biden for the after effects of Trump's meddling in Venezuela is insane. Like, migration happens over multiple years and isn't all immediate. Yeah, but I mean, we obviously know that's the case, Boy Meets Mini, but then again, Republicans are fucking liars, and the voters are too stupid to be able to look into any of that stuff.
Of the vote. Neither of those are correct. He won 40.1% of the vote. Okay? In one point, it lifts up the Washington governor, Bob Ferguson, as an example of a candidate who did the right things, before later noting that he actually underperformed Kamala Harris. So their example of, like, the ideal is somebody who performed worse than Kamala did. It also misspells the names of politicians, like the Republican former Kentucky governor, Matt Bevin. They put Brevin instead of Bevin. And the Democratic former New Jersey governor, John Corzine, is spelled John incorrectly. I mean, this is, again, this is amateur hour. This is amateur hour here. One of the things from the report...
Because, again, from what we understand, there was, like, some random fucking consultancy bro who was the one who gathered all the information for this dumbass fucking report, who wants to make a bet that dipshit didn't do any of the work, basically saw like, fuck, report due in 5 minutes. AI, quickly type up the fucking report for me. That's it. I'm willing to make that bet.
That was like a big takeaway, is that, hey, Democrats need to run a race like the governor of North Carolina, the Democratic governor of North Carolina. And of course, the takeaway people are having is like, bro, he was running against a Republican who was a black Nazi who was obsessed with racist porn. He's like
yeah, he didn't that, if I recall correctly, that fucking dude unironically just did so much fucking race cuckoldry, or was like a part of forums with like a bunch of race cuckoldry porn. Like, the dude was a fucking weirdo, man.
That guy was the worst candidate maybe in U.S. history, and that's the only reason the Democrat won, is because Mark Robinson is a fucking mess. That was the Republican, Mark Robinson. So, I mean, to say that's a dumb conclusion is the understatement of the century. I mean, obviously, every Democrat can't run against somebody who's got that long of a track record of being, like, an atrocious candidate. Duh. So that's ridiculous. Also, here's a crazy fact. So the guy who Ken Martin hired to do the report, okay, obviously this was an AI job. It was horrible. It was terrible. It's not ready for prime time, as Ken Martin said. But he still was working for the DNC up until, like, today. Like, he just got let go. Ken Martin announced to the staff today that the guy who wrote it, Rivera, is no longer working with the DNC. But, like...
Dude, this is the fucking best, bro. Why the fuck did you get this fucking jabroni then to write the fucking report to begin with if you were just gonna let him go in? I guarantee you, bro basically had assignment due in like 5 hours and then said, ChatGPT, write me a fucking Democratic autopsy report, and that was it. Man, dude.
Like, he was still on a project after doing this bullshit AI report that was completely fake and horrible. I mean, that is so embarrassing, man. It truly is embarrassing. And then also, I'll point this out for you guys. John Favreau said this from PodSave. He said, Step 1, promise to release the autopsy. Step 2, put incompetent friend in charge. Step 3, incompetent friend produces incoherent product. Step 4, announce you're not releasing the autopsy. Step 5, lie about why. Step 6, gaslight people who ask, saying they're the problem. Step 7, facing...
Yeah, because, by the way, we saw the Podjohn, like... clips specifically about the reasoning why Ken Martin was not going to release that shit, and yeah, he was lying about it to the Podjohns, by the way. Like, oh man, dude, it's incredible, bro.
Internal revolt. Step 8, release autopsy. Oh my word. Oh man, that's crazy, bro. This shit is crazy. So after all that, everybody now on the timeline is basically like, yeah, I kind of get why he didn't release it. I kind of understand now why he didn't release it. But having said that, he could have just told us the truth about this from the beginning, right? He could have just said, look, the guy I hired didn't do a good job. He used AI. It's a bunch of bullshit in there. And so, like, that's why we're not going to release it. But the most important point, and this is what everybody should be stressed about.
Yeah, that's the thing, because he was, like, during that interview with the Podjohns, he was, like, trying to, like, morally grandstand about the whole thing, saying, like, well, you know, these guys didn't release it before, and it's really bad, and I didn't like that. And it's like, okay, well, why aren't you releasing it this time? It's like, well, because it's really bad, guys, and it's kind of a bit of a problem. Blah 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 blah. It's like, okay, but like, you're not really outlining the reasoning for as to why you don't want to release it. You're kind of just being obtuse about the whole thing for no reason. And like, why not just be like straight up about it instead? It's like, well, you know, it's just not like it's not great. There could be some problems. Like, you didn't want to blame your buddy for this or something. Like, okay, bro, nice meme.
Is this. Why haven't you since commissioned a real expert to do a real report? Because there's a real report to be made about what happened, right? There's a real report that, for example, centers Gaza, centers Biden's failure on foreign policy, which led to a depressed base, which led to reduced turnout, right? There's a lot more to say about this. There's a lot to say about inflation. There's a lot to say about Biden's age. There's a lot to say about doing the switch without actually having a process and, you know, having, you know, an open DNC where you could have actually had something at least relatively more democratic than what we had, where they picked Kamala. There's a lot of stuff to talk about here, right? And nobody's talking about those things. So he should have commissioned a new report, and he should have commissioned an actual expert to do their job right. And then we could be having a real discussion now about what actually went down. But instead, you know, it's too perfect. It shows the incompetence of the people who work at the DNC. It also shows that they're liars who, you know, covered their tracks every step of the way instead of just telling the truth here. And it shows this hellscape of AI that's taking over, where work is going to get more and more dreadful, and, you know, we stray further and further from the light of God. So crazy stuff here, man. But DNC Autopsy has been officially released. It's an absolute mess. I mean, somebody was saying, it appears like, it's 192 pages. It appears like there's factual errors almost on every single page. Factual errors. And it's like, come on, man. It's humiliating. This is absolutely humiliating.
Dude, I'm saying, like, ChatGPT, 5 hours before assignment due. Hey, ChatGPT, want to do me a solid and write a fucking autopsy report for the DNC? That's, like, literally all there is to it. Like, let's be honest here. ChatGPT had to fucking throw some shit together for him, and that was that. And it's like, brother, like, what are we doing, man? It's like, seriously. Like, what are we doing here? And even with the stuff that's even in there, it still shows that the Democrats are just not interested in learning any of the lessons that they need to learn in order to be successful in 2028, man. It's gonna be fucking rough, bro.
So do a real report and do your job properly. But in reality, like, you got to clean house at the DNC. Like, it should just be mass firings. A bunch of like corporate hacks who run that thing. We need real lefties, especially now that the Democratic Tea Party is in full effect and you got left flank candidates who are winning all over the place. Like, bring in left flank candidates. Faz Shakir, you know, the person who ran Bernie's campaigns, he should absolutely be the head of the DNC. And he ran for it, and he almost won, but he should be the head of the DNC because he would never be this incompetent and he would do a much better job. Like, this is crazy. Bring in Faz Shakir, clean house, get rid of these people, and make the DNC something that actual Democratic voters can be proud of instead of whatever the fuck this is.
Couldn't really agree more there with fucking Kyle Kalinske because, yeah, I mean, this, I don't know, man. It's just fucking coke, bro, at this point. Like, it's clear that the Democratic Party is not interested in learning any of the lessons for as to why they ended up being such a fucking failure in this election. No mentions of inflation, completely incorrect interpretations for as to what ended up losing them the fucking 2024 election. They had to fucking lie about it instead of being, like, truthful or honest whatsoever about the reasonings for as to why they didn't fucking release the fucking autopsy, which just makes you think one thing and one thing only. Wow, the DNC is incredibly incompetent and is not interested in learning any of the lessons whatsoever that ended up fucking losing them the election. Whoa, what a fucking shocker. Wow, the fucking DNC is still the corporate, neoliberal shithole of a fucking party that it is. Great, fucking fantastic that this is the, I don't know, sad state of affairs that we find ourselves under. It's like, okay, bro, like, nice fucking goddamn meme. Like what else is there to really say? Oh, the Democrats still haven't learned any of their lessons. Everyone is saying, like, no, these are the reasons why you guys fucking lost. And there's like, actually, no, here's our random schizophrenic reasons why we ended up losing. And we're just not going to reflect or learn any of our fucking lessons. So it's like, okay, great, cool, whatever. Like, and you guys are like shocked Pikachu facing about like the reasonings why the Democratic Party right now has like, I think, the lowest national approval rating ever in its fucking recorded history. Incredible, dude. But yeah, don't think there's like really much else to say besides the Democrats. They're not going to learn any of their lessons from 2024 ever. God. Ligma, Bigma, Digma, Sigma. let's yap about Jacked Bezos. So, Jeff Bezos, one of the richest men on the planet. He's got a lot of money, people. Lots and lots of money. He has so much money, folks, which is why he made sure he donated to me, for example, for, making sure that he gets to keep all the money that he has. Let me tell you, folks, it's great. We love billionaires having money, don't we? It's just like, okay, bro, nice fucking goddamn meme. But yeah, he decided to give this interview on the Squawk Box on CNBC, and it went about as well as you might have expected. Let's take a look.
Good morning. We are here on the factory floor this morning of Blue Origin, and we are here with Jeff Bezos, the founder of Blue Origin, also, of course, the founder of Amazon. It is great to see you. This is remarkable, by the way, just the scale of it. We've been talking about it all morning, but of all the people that we could talk to about everything that's going on in the country right now, in the economy, AI, jobs, space, we want to talk to you. And there is so much to talk about. We're going to touch on that, policy, politics, and so much more. But one of the topics that I thought we should talk about, and maybe even start with, is these days it feels almost impossible to pick up a newspaper without reading a headline about wealth in America, about the billionaire class, about wealth inequality and policy and everything else. And it's taken a uniquely critical turn, I think. And I'm so curious, before we even get into everything else, what you think about that right now.
Well, first of all, Andrew, I'm glad you're asking the question. I think it's a really important topic, and I think it's an important one to discuss because I see the same thing you do. You see it in a bunch of headlines, you see it in a bunch of places, and I have been thinking about like what is driving this. It does seem different from 10 years ago, and I think what's going on is that it's kind of a tale of two economies. So you have a bunch of people in this country who are doing really well, but you also have a bunch of people in this country who are struggling to pay rent, some groceries, and so what's
wrap it up, Jeffy?
Politicians are using the kind of age-old technique. So there's this tale of two economies, and they're using this age-old technique of picking a villain and pointing fingers.
Okay, so that is the immediate sort of angle that Jeff is looking at this as. We're gonna blame the fucking populism sort of narrative. It's just like, bro, what the fuck are you talking about? We're going to go over this video specifically here by David Dole. But here's the real reason for as to why people might not be particularly happy with the billionaire class at the moment. Yeah, this is why, right? Jeff Bezos, technically speaking, does not actually have a fucking income. Let me move my dumb ass out of the way real quick so we get a better view of the graph. So billionaires like Jeff Bezos, broadly speaking, do not have an income. Most of their wealth is within a bunch of differing stocks, right? And it's spread around a bunch of differing investments, companies, blah, 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 blah. This is the reasoning for as to why people, generally speaking, do not really like a lot of the fucking billionaires right now. A bunch of them are also deciding to make a bunch of different companies. They're going public with a bunch of these companies and are making even more money from this because of the rise within stock, right? Which does not get fucking taxed. That's the fucking problem, and why we're starting to see such wealth disparity, because there's just so much money that's being funneled in to the billionaire class at the moment. Just to say this like real quick, let me just go ahead and find it real quick. here, let me just move my dumbass out of the way real fucking quick. But here, Elon Musk is slated to take SpaceX now public in quote-unquote huge fucking Wall Street news. Blah, 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 blah. SpaceX is worth now about 1.75 trillion fucking dollars right now. This move, if Elon Musk is successful with this move of him taking SpaceX to be public, is going to make him the first trillionaire on the fucking goddamn planet. So that's one reason why people are not particularly happy with billionaires at the moment, Jeff. Here's another fucking reason. Same thing with OpenAI and Sam Altman. This company right now is worth about 850 billion fucking dollars by private investors. That's another reason as to why people might not be particularly happy with a bunch of billionaires at the moment, Jeff, especially considering the fact that more and more of them have been propping up all over the place, Jeff. And here's another fucking goddamn reason. Meta is laying off about 8,000 of people from its fucking workforce today. Their net income over the last 12 months was it's about $70 billion. They could give every single one of their 79,000 workers a $440,000 bonus and sock away with about $35 billion in pure profit. But is Mark Zuckerberg going to do any of that? Would any of those billionaire fucking dipshits do any of this? No. So I would say, let's be honest here, Dork Bezos, it makes a lot of fucking goddamn sense that people might not be particularly happy with the billionaire class right now. Well, because legalized ranch, investors are one of the dumbest classes of fucking people on the planet, and so if you jingle enough keys to them, they're going to invest a bunch of money into it, and since money makes money and the stock market is fucking fake, that's why it's all of a sudden worth $1.75 trillion. Because the economy, fundamentally speaking, doesn't fucking make any sense and doesn't function like normal.
Yeah, but the problem is that doesn't solve anything. And so, like, if you want to help the group of people...
I wonder why this motherfucker is saying that it doesn't solve anything. Yeah, his net worth is at $127 billion. That's why.
Who are struggling, you have to figure out real root causes and solutions, and that takes skill. You know, it's like the way we...
Oh, we want to know what the root causes are. Okay, I think we found the root causes. I'm pointing at them. You're the fucking root cause, little bro. Like, it's your goofy looking head ass. You're the fucking problem here. You are the issue. This guy is the fucking issue. This guy is the fucking issue. This guy is the fucking issue. They're the fucking issues because they have such a ridiculous amount of wealth that they're never going to spend. They're never going to do anything with it, and it's making the economy significantly fucking worse because, again, how is this fucking economy supposed to function within capitalism? Money, the velocity of fucking money. Do you think a billionaire who has a bunch of money in stock sitting around in a bunch of tax havens and like random assets that they hardly fucking spend anything on, like these motherfuckers are not constantly spending on a bunch of like yachts and stuff in order to have velocity in the fucking economy? No, none whatsoever. It stays around, is stagnant, and what happens to it inevitably? Oh, it causes a grinding and slowing of the economy and makes the system that is currently in place right now start to collapse in on itself.
If we have a problem at Amazon, you know, the way we would fix it is we would go in and we do the 5 whys and we try to get to a root cause, we try to find a root fix, and then when we fix it at the root, you're fixing it forever. It's a real solution. And what we don't do, because it doesn't work, is just point fingers and blame people. It might feel good for 10 seconds, but doesn't accomplish anything. And so what could you really...
I don't know, fucking huff that fucking copium here, Jeff. Okay, like, I'm gonna be honest here, fucking... huff that shit, okay? We are currently in the fucking second Gilded Age right now. Wealth concentration is even worse than it is in the 1920s. This is not a sustainable fucking system. It's going to collapse in on itself eventually. The matter is, the question is when and not if, because oh boy, it's going to happen eventually.
Really do. So, like, you know,
Do you have a plan?
I have some ideas. I have some places to start. So, you know, if... Yeah.
How about you get taxed, right? Because again, Another point, and this is the point that David Dole is going to raise in the video that we're going to take a look at, and it's an accurate one. These people should not have as much power as they do. That's another issue in all of this as well, right? Someone who has that amount of money, who has such an outsized control over fucking public policy, which all these billionaire motherfuckers do, right? And certainly with Donald Trump in power, it's significantly worse. Not that it's much different with the Democrat in power, right? With the fact that these guys have such a ridiculous amount of power within Congress, within legislation, that is the fucking problem that people are having, right? And why we are seeing the current inequalities that we are seeing at the moment. And it's only getting worse. It's going to get constantly worse over and over and over again. And these guys are going to start shocked Pikachu facing that people are not too particularly happy about it.
I started thinking about this and doing some research. A nurse in Queens who makes $75,000 a year pays more than $12,000 a year in taxes. Does that really make sense? So people talk about making the tax system more progressive. How about we start by having the nurse in Queens not pay taxes? Why is somebody at all?
See, here's the thing. I can agree with that. Sure. But that means that you need to start fucking paying way more in fucking taxes because you have so much fucking money to your name. You gotta fucking start paying your fair share in taxes, little buddy, okay? Because, again, this motherfucker, like, all these billionaire dipshits, because they have no effective income, right? Zero whatsoever. Because that's why they say this stuff. I highly doubt this guy has many liquid assets, to be honest, their legalized ranch, right? Because most of this guy's wealth is going to be tied up in the fucking stock market, right? That's how it works with a lot of these fucking dudes, right? They just have a ton of stock within their fucking companies, right? And that is what is allowed to fucking accrue as much wealth as it does, right? Which is why they have such a ridiculous amount of fucking money, right? That's at least one way that these guys have the billions upon billions of dollars that they do, right? Because they don't give themselves an income, technically speaking, so what is there to tax? That's how it works.
Why is a nurse in Queens who makes $75,000 a year paying more than $1,000 a month in taxes?
Because they actually get a income, unlike yourself, which you do not have.
That's $1,000 a month that could help with rent or groceries or anything. And so, and by the way, do you know what that all adds up to? The bottom half of income earners in this country pay only 3% of the taxes. It's only 3%. We can find 3%. So we don't have, it's a small...
Okay, sure, we can find that from you. Sure. Okay, yeah, we can easily find that 3%. We can find it from you. We can find it from Elon Musk. We can find it from a bunch of these people. There have been countless studies done into this saying that the United States is effectively an oligarchy, and you had a hand in creating this system.
Amount of money for the government, that, and really, and the more I thought about it, to me, it's kind of absurd that we're doing this. We shouldn't be asking this nurse in Queens to send money to...
Look at the also looking out for the little man fucking Jeff Bezos over here. By the way, this is the exact same fucking jabroni who expects his fucking employees to start peeing in bottles to make sure that they don't lose too much productivity in his fucking warehouses.
Washington, they should be sending her an apology. It really makes no sense.
Okay, but then on the other end, the question is, should you be paying higher taxes to pay for the 3% component part of this that you think is going to need to be paid for, if not more than that, given the debts we have?
It's certainly a perfectly valid policy debate, right? To say, do we want...
Oh, how very convenient that this is now all of a sudden a policy debate that needs to be had. No, there's no debate that needs to be had on any of this. No. Like, let's be honest here. The problem is the fact that your dumbass just has such a ridiculous amount of money, right? That's the fucking issue. And yeah, it would change your fucking life a lot there, legalized ranch. If taxing stock buybacks would probably change your life, right? Because guess what? Now the federal government has way more fucking goddamn money that they could spend on a bunch of social safety nets and differing fucking programs. Invest more in education. Invest more in, say, getting rid of student loan debt, or making universities fucking free. There is such a ridiculous amount of wealth that, by the way, if you taxed these billionaires just a tiny little bit, just a fucking wealth tax, a modest fucking wealth tax that Bernie Sanders has fucking proposed, the United States would be able to pay for such a ridiculous amount of money. Like, such a ridiculous amount of money. And that's just how much money that all these fucking corporations and billionaires have. How much money are we talking about against our national budget? Like, trillions. The United States of America has multiple companies that are valued at trillions upon trillions of dollars. There is the money. The problem is that you need the political will in order to go and get it. And right now, there is no fucking political will to go and get it.
An even more progressive tax system. So, the kind of the line that gets quoted all the time is, the wealthy should pay their fair share. Right. And we can argue about what the fair share is. That's a policy debate. That's okay. But
the most successful economic time within the United States of America was during the 50s. What was the top marginal tax rate within the 50s? 94%. And it created the system of the most successful economic time within human history. Let that sink in.
Simplification is the thing that's just the distraction. And by the way, if you really are being honest...
It's not about the effective tax rate legalized ranch. It is about taxing these people's wealth, right? So essentially how it worked back within the 50s is that any dollar that was made over about, I think it was $3 million, something like that, right, was taxed at 94%. Everything below $3 million was taxed normally, right? Whatever, like, the tax brackets were during that time. Totally fucking normal. Any dollar made over $3 million, 94% tax. And it led to such a ridiculously economic, productive time within the United States of America and helped build the middle class within America. I think the rich in that period were effectively taxed at similar percentages to now. You're not necessarily understanding what's being said here, right? The problem is the fact these guys have such a ridiculous amount of wealth. They have such a ridiculous amount of money in their hands that they should not have. Like, let's be honest here. Okay, so you asked a fucking subreddit that what I'm saying is misleading. Get this fucking goofy shit out of here. I don't really care about that. Like, also, there's a ton of fucking loopholes that exist now that were implemented by jabronis like this. You're also forgetting that as well.
About it, we don't have a revenue problem in this country. We already have the most progressive tax system in the world. The top 1% of taxpayers pay 40% of all the tax revenue. The bottom...
Yes, but you don't have an effective income because most of your wealth is tied up in the fucking stock market, of which there is no effective tax system that within the United States of America that exists right now to get at that money. That's the problem.
Half pay only 3%. We have already, and I think it should be 0. I don't think it should be 3%. Right. I think it should be 0. So we'd be making it more progressive that way. We actually have a spending problem, and that's a skills issue. I mean, let me give you an example. The New York City school system, right? They spend $44,000 per student. $44,000. That's 30% more per student than other big cities like Chicago, LA, and Boston. And
why am I not surprised that this guy is going to start talking about, like, we need to make the school system more efficient? I think it is a good thing that there's a large amount of investment within the success for fucking students in New York City, okay? I have no problems with that. You can fucking cope and seethe about it, right? You want people to be successful within education, you gotta spend some fucking money in order to make some money. That's how the shit works, Jeff. But you don't give a fuck about any of that because you just want to hoard a bunch of wealth for yourself.
3 times more than Miami and Houston. And by the way, New York City doesn't get better outcomes. Right? So listen, let me just say, if we ran Amazon the way New York City runs their school system, right, your packages would take 6 weeks to arrive. We'd have to charge you a $100 delivery fee. And then when the package did finally arrive, it'd have the wrong item in it anyway. Right? We can't, that's just...
Fucking cope and seethe about it, you stupid fucking bitch. Like, get the fuck out of here with this bullshit. Like, yeah, man, we're gonna, like, have, like, this schizo fucking analogy here talking about New York's educational system because of the fact that they are one of the, if not the richest cities on the fucking planet right now that's investing in universal pre-K and investing in a bunch of students to be able to have them be prepared for their fucking futures, you know. Yeah, that's a good point, Boy Meets Mini. Yeah, education isn't a fucking warehouse, Jeff. Not really the exact same thing. I wonder if he's still salty about the fact that he, I don't know, that AOC basically said, like, hey, don't fucking build your dumbass fulfillment center within New York. Cope and fucking seethe about it, Jeff. You stupid fucking bitch. But yeah, like, should we really be surprised that this dumbass is making this, like, ham-fisted analogy right here in order to just be like, oh, well, this is, you know, education. Spending that much on education is just going to make our, you know, our like fulfillment centers be way worse, so therefore we shouldn't raise taxes. It's like, what the fuck are we talking about here? Like, this doesn't make any fucking sense. Stupid. But then again, billionaire dipshit who wants to hoard wealth for himself.
Criticizing
David Dole with additional fucking video, well, additional fucking details here on this fucking interview here by Jacked Bezos. Because I mean, we've seen a part of the fucking interview. It's dog shit so far. He just lies. He wants to come up with, like, literally any excuse to not pay more in taxes, to not pay his fair share in fucking taxes. He doesn't want to pay that shit, obviously, but whatever. This dumbass wants to just continue to hoard more and more wealth. For what purpose exactly? Oh, so he can funnel more and more power to himself. That's the only reason why they do this. What do we have here?
billionaire Jeff Bezos was on CNBC where he somehow got people...
Okay, I'm going to say this right now, Legalized Ranch. It was the most prosperous time, economically speaking, not only for every fucking class within the United States of... That's just a fact. That is a fact. Period. End of story. If we are talking about broader fucking class mobility within the United States of America and socioeconomically speaking, that was the most successful time throughout human history, was during the fucking 50s. But that's not what I'm contesting. Then what exactly are you contesting here? I'm talking about marginal tax rates. And yet that was the reason why it was as successful as it was, because the rich were forced to have to pay more money. The reason why they were forced to have to pay more money during the Great Depression was in order to get a bunch of money circulating in the system to get out of said depression, because of a byproduct of all that money being funneled to the rich within the Gilded Age. Oh, caused the economy to fucking collapse. Caused capitalism to fucking collapse. Like Marx said that it would. When wealth and capital concentrates in the hands of fewer and fewer people, the system collapses in on itself. It's the proverbial snake eating its own tail. And the snake ate its own fucking tail in 1929. Then those fucking tax rates were implemented by FDR alongside the New Deal. And oh, just like that, most economically prosperous time throughout history was created because of that. And now we are in the exact same, shall we say, pre-1929 era again. And it's going to collapse eventually. It will. Unless something is done. But nothing's being done. So then it's going to be gone.
Billionaire Jeff Bezos was on CNBC where he somehow got people to hate him even more, praising Trump and criticizing the idea of taxing billionaires. So in this video, I'm going to play a couple of short clips because I got to admit, Bezos is incredibly hard to listen to, even as somebody who is supposed to be gathering the information here so that I could talk about it with you. I have a very hard time listening.
I'm going to be honest, listening to most of these fucking billionaire dipshits is very, very difficult to fucking listen to these guys. I'm going to be honest here. Like, these motherfuckers have unironically just become more stupid. And I guess that's like, honestly, like, all there really is to it, to be honest, is this is what happens when you have the entirety of society and the broader economic system working for you, and you're just surrounded by a bunch of sycophants and fucking yes men, and you don't get challenged whatsoever. You become more stupid.
This man speak and not just being filled with rage. But let me first start with a clip here about Donald Trump, and we'll discuss.
When I last interviewed you, it's about 2 years ago, President Trump had just won.
Okay, Legalized Ranch. I outlined some rather fucking simple history to you about the New Deal, about the the policies that were implemented throughout the fucking New Deal, and you're just like, oh, I went on r/ask economics to talk about marginal tax rates, and it says that that's not actually the fucking reasoning. It's just like, what the fuck are we talking? Like, seriously, really? I don't know. Like, I'm talking about broader fucking economic policy that the United States has engaged with over 100 years ago that unironically saved the country from collapse, the entirety of the world from collapse, right before fucking World War II as well. Saved, unironically, the New Deal helped to fucking save the world from Nazism, unironically. And you're just here saying like, oh, well, you know, I doth protest the point about top marginal tax rates because I went on r/ask economics. Like, okay, dude, like, nice meme.
We'll discuss.
When I last interviewed you, about 2 years ago, President Trump had just won. He was not the president yet. And I'd asked you what you thought of him at the time. And you said that you thought that he had mellowed, that he was calmer.
Yeah.
And I'm curious now, here we are.
Yeah, I still think that.
2 years later, we've had lots of we have wars and tariffs and all sorts of things that have happened since then. What do you think?
I think he has. I mean, I'm comparing him to his first term. And I think he is a more mature, more disciplined version of himself than he was in his first term. And, you know, so he's, again, I've...
Okay, what the fuck are you talking about? Yeah, more mature, more disciplined version of himself? No, he's still fucking schizo posts on, like, social media, like, every single time. Except this time, it's more deranged. Like, you think it's gotten better? Like, you're gonna give Trump this sloppy toppy and all of that shit? Like, okay, dude. Like, nice fucking goddamn meme. Okay, legalized range. There's a reason why I'm mentioning top marginal tax rate specifically, because that shit is gone. It's not about the tax rate as a fucking percentage for GDP, which has a bunch of loopholes in it, by the way. Like I explained before, a bunch of these motherfuckers have all of their wealth tied up in fucking stock, which does not get taxed in the same way as it does within the United States of America. Talking about your tax as a percentage of the GDP being the same as it is back then is irrelevant, because guess what? These motherfuckers don't have a income that is supposed to get normally taxed. So as a result, since it's all tied up within the stock market, it makes it such that they get around that fucking taxation. Are we understanding? Are we understanding some of the loopholes that exist within the U.S. tax system that these guys have explicitly helped to write into existence?
I've worked with all the presidents. I will work with all the presidents, you know, and I hope to do that going forward if they'll have me. But we need our business leaders to provide input into the administration, regardless of who the president is.
Trump is more mature. Okay, before we get to the Trump stuff, I have to
So mature.
I had to clean the audio up a little bit because they shot this in the middle of a noisy warehouse. We're talking about $1 billion company doesn't know how to shoot an interview. It is incredible stuff. CNBC, once again, this is a business network, one of many.
Dude, we love everything getting way more fucking goddamn, everything getting like way goddamn fucking more like worse in terms of quality. The shitification of everything. It's very, very cool. We love that. Buy, borrow, die thing. What are you talking about? No. Like what? What does that even mean? Like, are you talking about like MMT or some shit? As in they don't take income and borrow against assets and never pay income tax? Yes. That's part of it. Yes, that is part of it. Basically. Because these guys, they don't make any fucking purchases, or like even sales tax or whatever. That also applies as well. They don't buy anything, right? There's no velocity of money within the fucking economy, and everything grinds to a fucking halt. That's one of the grand overall fucking problems with this, with the current economic system that we have right now.
Any business networks that exist, while there isn't a single union or workers network, keep that in mind in terms of how we get our information, how it's framed a certain way, always a pro-capitalist, pro-billionaire perspective, just so you understand. But before I get to the Trump stuff, let me just share this, because at the end there, Bezos is like, it's important that all business leaders have a very important part to play in any administration.
Oh, I'm sure.
This is from the Economic Policy Institute. As union membership declines, income inequality increases. Meaning, the less say that workers have in society, the wealthier the top 10% get. So as
Gee, I wonder why that might be the case in particular. Oh, when people are not able to fucking voice their opinions because they're more busy being crippled by a bunch of fucking goddamn bills, and they don't are not able to necessarily be able to voice and have any power in the fucking relationship. The people that have way more fucking money and way more assets to their fucking goddamn name are able to craft beneficial policy for themselves. Ooh, who would have thought?
more and more business leaders became a deeper part of government, the share of income went mostly to them, while everybody else
Reagan.
lost out. And this is one of many graphs like
this. Again, notice the fucking massive dip right around during the 80s, dude. Like, this is all fucking Ronald Reagan right here with the complete neoliberal laissez-faire fucking capitalistic policies of neoliberalism. And let's just say we are reaching that metaphorical fucking zenith point.
Look at a graph where it's showcasing wage growth versus productivity growth, where productivity continues to grow and wage growth stagnates around 1979, 1980, which is when Reagan came in and Thatcher in the UK, and you have this neoliberalism where you are privatizing and handing a bunch of benefits and government contracts to private industry while unions get decimated and workers get screwed. This is a consistent theme over the past 40 years. Whether it's a Democrat, whether it's Republican, they've all been neoliberals in their approach to economics. And this is the result of it. People have less money while billionaires, 100 billionaires like Jeff Bezos exist and keep popping up. Now let's get to...
It's so bad that we're about to have our fucking first trillionaire, dude. And it's some Nazi fucking dumbass known as Elon Musk.
Trump, more mature. This happened yesterday. Trump and Sons granted forever immunity from existing tax audits.
Yeah, we also talked about the MAGA slush fund that basically exists. So, yeah, there was a lawsuit in the IRS that was being conducted by the DOJ, right? Because of allegedly, for example, allegedly, there was an IRS employee that apparently leaked Trump's tax returns that he was supposed to divulge since 2016. Never did that, right? But whatever. Precedent being shattered. Whatever. Very, very fucking cool. The lawsuit for that was dropped. The $1.8 billion that was used in that lawsuit by the DOJ has essentially been put in this fucking slush fund to be given to who exactly? Oh, a bunch of January 6ers. Unironic fucking seditious conspiracists. Well, no, here's the thing, Equirl. The thing is like, if you rig a system to be in your favor, which billionaires have effectively done with their wealth and their power, are they really actually playing it well? If the system has essentially been, wrested back in control by those exact same billionaires through various Supreme Court cases, like, say, Buckley v. Vallejo or Citizens United, right? Where essentially money has become the equivalent to speech, right? So all these, rich assholes can just lobby their politicians to be able to give them a bunch of favorable policy so then they can just make way more fucking money. Can we really say that they are, technically speaking, playing it well when they've rigged it all in their favor? Some food for thought.
Immune from tax. I don't know how you frame this other than saying this is a dictatorship. When you have the president immune from an audit, he is not the same as everybody else. And that was a day after this, where Trump's DOJ set up a $1.8 billion fund that could give money to Trump allies, mainly Jansen.
Again, this was the exact same, the exact same $1.8 billion that was used in that DOJ lawsuit against the IRS for that leak of the Trump tax credit, tax audit, allegedly. That Donald Trump kept constantly saying, well, I'm being audited, constantly, I'm being audited. And he's been saying that for, basically the past 10 years, so more than likely a fucking lie. That $1.8 billion is now going to be given to a bunch of seditious conspiracists. Very, very fucking cool. I'd abuse it as much as I can too, not gonna lie. Well, the thing is, Equiral, the only way that you can abuse it is if you yourself also have billions or millions of fucking dollars, right? You need a lot of money in order to be able to play the game. And the thing is that most people can't really play the game. It's as George Carlin said himself, it's one big club, and you ain't in it.
6 riders, people that tried to steal the election that Donald Trump lost in 2020, are now going to be compensated with public money, your money, if you're American. This is absolutely insane. And look, this is just 2 examples over the past couple of days.
It's pretty corrupt, guys.
There are hundreds, if not thousands of examples.
Like, this is just $2 billion that essentially Trump can just do whatever the fuck he wants with, right? Like, we saw that Todd Blanche basically self-appointed himself as well as like 4 of his fucking cronies in order to help administer this fucking cash. Who does Todd Blanche basically answer to? Oh, the President of the United States, meaning he has effective fucking control for that himself. Sure, there's other things that we can do, but there have been studies done that effectively the policymakers who have helped craft this fucking policy answer to those fucking billionaires, right? Like what? What can be abused at different levels? Like, what's an example of what can be fucking abused in terms of the system to be able to get an economic leg up? Like what? Stealing? Technically speaking, yeah. Lying? Doing fraud? Technically speaking, yes. You can use different countries for accounting legally. Sure. We're not really talking about the EU, though. So, it doesn't really work, right? And that's if you have money to save. Most people don't within the United States of America, so it's not really a viable option. Most people in the United States, and also more so in Canada nowadays, are living paycheck to paycheck. No, I know what you're talking about. I too have a lot of money within savings. I have a bunch of money within savings, right? I haven't been able to contribute to them in the past 2 fucking years. Why? Because I don't have a job, and the economy's fucking shit. And I'm probably not going to find a job anytime soon. Probably not. Because the economy is just that bad. But the only way that you can play the game and abuse the rules that you're talking about is if you have a lot of money. Because that's the only thing that talks right now, is having money and a lot of it.
Of Trump over the past couple of years being completely insane. The idea that he has matured, he's more mature, more disciplined than he was in the first term.
Yeah, that's fucking ridiculous,
has to know he's full of shit. That is ridiculous. But now let me get to the next clip that I want to share, and this is where
By the way, this is like the same dude who unironically like posted himself as like a picture of Jesus, and that's like one of the reasons why a bunch of his like dumbass sycophantic supporters decided to start leaving him.
Bezos argues against taxing billionaires. I wonder why, but his reasoning here is so ridiculous.
And Elizabeth Warren has made this point repeatedly. I think she's made it in reference to you and others, are able to pay a lower tax rate, even though you're paying an enormous sum in taxes, a lower tax rate than maybe I am.
These people sometimes say that I don't pay taxes. That's true. I pay billions of dollars in taxes, and it's a perfect. Again, if people want me to pay more billions, right, then let's have that debate. But don't pretend, that's going to solve the problem.
Again, this is a lie because of the fact that most of his wealth is tied up in stocks. That's the fucking problem, right? And there's loopholes within the tax code of the United States of America that essentially says that they have no way to be able to get at that fucking wealth. That's the issue. Yes, but it's not really, it doesn't, the economy doesn't effectively function like that as it is quote unquote a trade. That's how it is supposed to work, but it does not work like that whatsoever anymore, right? We are essentially moving on to a post-consumerist society where everything can only be provided to you via a subscription service, right? It doesn't really fucking work like that anymore. Companies don't make products anymore for trade purposes. Not really anymore. It's all about trying to do everything possible in this financialized system that we find ourselves under to essentially have your money make a bunch more money. That's it. Yes, but here's the thing. If you are having a bunch of like necessary skills and services that a company is looking for, the likelihood of a company still potentially hiring you is still quite low. Many companies nowadays get tax like incentives and subsidies, for example, right? In order to be able to get a bunch of fucking subsidies for the fact that they are, say, doing a bunch of hiring. So they'll put out a bunch of fake hiring posts saying like, oh, we're hiring, but in reality they're actually not, right? They just do that for a bunch of tax purposes. That's literally it, right? It's all about trying to be, how can we essentially just make sure that we can save like a bunch of money in order to have our money make a bunch more money. That's like literally it. That's what the essential basis of the financialized economy that we have right now. It's not about like having skills and services. Most of these people could give less of a shit about any of that. They already have like the massive concentration in wealth that they've wanted. Well, the billionaires, corporations, what have you, yada yada yada, right? In essence, it's essentially now, what can we do to just funnel and keep more and more of that wealth for ourselves? That's the issue. And here's the thing. Yeah, you can say that you always reorient and do like hustle culture and whatnot, for example, right? That takes time and money, right? Like, you're thinking this way too much on an individual basis when it's a systematic issue. This is not an individual issue. This is a systematic problem. There is a specific set of people that it's being worked for, and that is, people like fucking Jeff Bezos and fucking Elon Musk. That's the problem that a lot of people are having with right now. Most companies are not corporations, though, no. From what I know, most companies are not corps. It's essentially like, it's a tomato, potato kind of a thing.
You could double the taxes I pay, and it's not going to help that teacher in Queens. I promise you.
This is a fundamental misunderstanding of why we need to tax billionaires. So I don't want to get into a whole discussion about fiat currency and MMT, but essentially, taxing billionaires is not necessarily to pay for, public programs or helping the poor. It is to ensure that there is a society that is not dominated by a few people at the top who have more control than everybody else. It is to ensure that democracy exists. Because when you have a few people who are worth so much money, who can buy elections, essentially, pay for the candidates that they want to have propped up, and be intertwined with that, have say when it comes to what the government focuses on, what kind of laws they pass, writing the laws for them. That is a thing that happens, that large companies do. When you have that much influence, that is... Like,
unironically, the Donald Trump presidency has made it rather clear. It's time to cut out the middlemen and time to have the fucking billionaires run things. Like, it's been made very, very fucking clear. That's not the case anymore. Again, like, maybe during the 90s, half of the economy is run by small to medium businesses. Yeah, that's not the case anymore, right? The amount of wealth and concentration of wealth has been concentrated within, like, the top 0.1%. Like, I think, like, three different families within the United States of America own more wealth than the bottom 50% of Americans. That's insane, right? That's not conducive to being able to run a healthy economy.
Is the problem. You are no longer in a democracy. That is why you need to tax billionaires, is to ensure they don't have that kind of power. So I got a few other things to get to here, but like this I've shared a number of times. I'm not going to go through it all again, but if you go to what does $1 billion look like website, you will get a good idea of what $1 billion looks like, because this is 1,000 pixels, think $1,000, a million pixels, $1 million, a lot of money. But you get to a billion.
A lot of money, folks.
It takes me a minute to scroll through this, more than a minute, 2 minutes, and I'm going as fast as I can. I got to scroll wheel here, fast as I can, and I'm not even going to keep doing it because we'll be here all day. So go to the website just so you understand how much freaking money this is, and this is 1 billion. Can you imagine having 2 or 3 or hundreds of this?
Can you imagine having a fucking trillion, which is 1,000 billions? That's how much money Elon Musk's gonna have relatively soon.
This is insane. So another way of framing this, a million or 1 million seconds is 11.5 days. All right, so $1 million, 11.5 days. 1 billion seconds is, what do you think? 31.7 years. We are talking. So if you think $1 million is a lot of money, and it is, 11.5 days versus 31.7 years. That is the difference between 1 million and 1 billion. There shouldn't even be a discussion about this. Billionaires should not exist. As long as there are people on the street that don't have a place to sleep, that don't have food to eat, there shouldn't be 1 billionaire on Earth. Now, a few things I want to share here. This reaction is always worth sharing. Quote, this does not help your cause. A guy who hates you and your cause. Yeah, like the idea that we should be listening to Jeff Bezos when it comes to tax policy is absurd. There's the reality of how much Jeff Bezos pays in taxes. So this is a great piece from ProPublica. I will link to this below the video under sources. The secret IRS files trove of never-before-seen records reveal how the wealthiest avoid income tax. So just because this is from 2021, as they share here, the top 4 richest Americans, Jeff Bezos, at the time, saw a wealth growth between 2014 and 2018 of 99 billion. So between those years, he reported income of 4.22 billion, paying 793 million taxes. That is only 0.98% of.
Man, I thought that Jeff Bezos paid like multi-billions amounts of dollars in tax. What happened? What happened? That's a little fucking interesting. Again, that's why the argument has essentially become like there has to be a fucking wealth tax on these people, because the wealth of these people have been going up in terms of like such a ridiculously astronomical fucking rate that it's just like, dog. Because again, where is most of the stuff being tied in? Oh, it's the fucking stock market. Which is why the most effective way to start going after these people is through that fucking stock wealth that they have. That's the fucking main way you have to go after these people nowadays.
Is wealth. It was what its true tax rate is. 0.98%.
Not even a percent.
So, as they also go on to write here, in 2011, a year in which his wealth held roughly steady at 18 billion, Bezos filed a tax return reporting he lost money. Jeff Bezos, while being worth 18 billion, reported that he lost money. His income that year was more than offset by his investment losses. What's more, because according to the tax law, he made so little, he even claimed and received a $4,000 tax credit for his kids. 18 billion heir Jeff Bezos claimed a $4,000.
I hope it's very clear just some of the tax loopholes that generally speaking exist within the U.S. fucking tax code for as to how these motherfuckers end up paying so little within taxes, right? Because again, most of these guys, technically speaking, don't have income. They also don't really buy all that many assets, right? So technically speaking, they don't pay much in terms of sales tax either. Although I don't remember exactly if the United States has sales tax. We have sales tax here in Canada. I'm assuming that it's a state-by-state basis, I think, in terms of like sales taxes. Whatever, what have you, right? This is how these guys basically try to get around the fucking tax system by tying up all of their money within, we'll say it again, the stock market. It makes it such that, oh, they are paying way less money because there is no basically stipulation within the tax code that says like we have to start taxing your wealth that's currently being tied up within the fucking stock market, right? There's no stipulation within the fucking tax code within the United States of America. If we take a look through a bunch of different parts of it, blah 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 blah, right? Sales tax, income tax, property tax, yada 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 yada, all the various taxes that exist, right? Nothing in there about wealth taxes in terms of how wealth is being generated by all these fucking billionaires within the United States of America. And that's, again, stock market.
$1,000 tax credit for his kids. Leeches, these people.
They are leeches.
Here is, so they also show this graph. This is great. Jeff Bezos' wealth growth between 2006 and 2018 grew by 127 billion. Total taxes paid during that time, 1.4 billion. This is Jeff Bezos. Here is the typical American household. Over that same time span, 2006-2018, total taxes paid were actually more than wealth growth.
Again, I think this is what even Warren Buffett himself said. He talked about how he pays so little in tax. Or was it Warren Buffett? Might have been someone else. Some billionaire essentially said, or I think it was a presidential candidate. It's one of the two. It's just like, how on earth do I pay less in taxes as a percentage in comparison to my fucking secretary? This is how. It's insane, dude.
Like, and that's because, I mean, partly because during the recession, many people lost value in their homes. But like, look at the differences here. Wealth growth, huge. Taxes paid, small. Most Americans, wealth growth, less than taxes paid. Just to show you, these people do not exist in the society that the rest of us exist in.
They most certainly do
As
not.
Warren Gunnels writes here, Bernie's 5% wealth tax would raise starting teacher pay to 60 grand, give 12,000 to a working family of 4, expand Medicare for dental, vision, hearing, guarantee universal child care, end homelessness. Bezos would see his wealth drop from 279 to 265 billion, which, reading this,
wow, he's only losing $14 billion. That's it. 5% fucking wealth tax. $20 billion in fucking taxes. Look at how far that fucking money would go. Effectively, I think it's about like 800,000, 900,000 people that are homeless within the United States of America. Oh, now there's enough money to be able to end that. Done easy. Just by taxing one fucking guy. One fucking guy. And guess what? His wealth barely would fucking drop all that much. He would still have hundreds of billions of fucking dollars. Hundreds of billions of fucking dollars. But these motherfuckers, nah. They have to continue funneling more and more power under themselves. They have to have all of the money. As Stephanie Sterling said themselves, these guys don't want just some of the money. They want all of the money. They are all of these motherfuckers. They're just fucking leeches.
I don't think this is enough. A 5% wealth tax is not nearly enough. If this dipshit's still going to have 265 billion in the bank, or I should say in his wealth, I know it's not the bank, but that's how much he's worth, then no, keep it going. Even Tom Steyer came out. Tom Steyer, being a billionaire, said, "This is bullshit. I promise you. Tax billionaires, invest in school." So there's another clip here. I don't
Governor
think I have
of California candidate right there.
Bezos clip, to be quite honest with you. But he does say, I do want to point or retort what he says here. We have way too much corporate welfare, way too much corporate subsidies. There's way too much influence in politics from business in some cases. So here is
okay. So hey, then why the fuck are you contributing to that exact problem if you're pretending to have this fucking goddamn principle? That's a little interesting. You complaining about corporate welfare and too many corporate subsidies, yet this motherfucker constantly benefits from this all the time? It's like, okay, then why are you talking about, like, not wanting to be fucking taxed more? Why do you constantly push back against getting taxed more then at this point? Like, that's a little interesting. That's a little fucking oxymoronic. I wonder why.
Trying to play to, like, the average viewer. This is amazing stuff. Because Amazon is deeply intertwined with politics. Jeff Bezos has put himself in the center of it for decades.
We all remember that fucking famous image of all these tech oligarch fucking dipshits, like, who basically were just there. Like, what? I think that one of them was Sundar Pichai, Elon Musk, Mark Zuckerberg, Tim Cook. All these motherfuckers were at Trump's inauguration to essentially wash his fucking balls.
In Canada as well, Amazon won't say why it lobbied Prime Minister office before winning pandemic supply contract.
I wonder why.
This, I'm showing you this just to show you. It isn't simply with Republican. This is neoliberalism 101, going back decades. Again, going back to the early 1980s.
And that is the ultimate crux into all of this, right? Because again, neoliberalism, like the great liberal fucking thinkers who, like Adam Smith, for example. Adam Smith would be against this shit. Most of these great liberal economists during the time of the Enlightenment would not be for any of this behavior right now. Like, any of this whatsoever. They would look at this and be like, what the fuck are we doing here, dude? Like, seriously. This is going to cause an inherent collapse within the system. Just like Marx fucking said. With the concentration of so much wealth and capital in the hands of fewer and fewer fucking people, and all these motherfuckers, all these like tech oligarch dipshits, buying their way into positions of power in order to be able to shape policy that benefits themselves specifically, it's going to cause the vestiges of the state to start to collapse in on itself. That's the problem.
It's Democrats, Republicans, it's liberals, it's conservative governments, it's all of them. They all do this. They all are in bed with big business. So there's also this report from The Logic last year. So this is a report from 2022. But they're right here last year, speaking of 2021, Amazon's registered lobbyists filed the most communications reports, 129, or more than double that of second-place company Google, of any big tech firm. So while Jeff Bezos is saying business has too much sway in government, they were literally the largest big tech company that was trying to sway government.
Of course.
2019 analysis found by Logic found Amazon increased its lobbying more than any other tech firm in the 4 years after the Liberals took power in 2015.
That's Citizens United and Buckley v. Vallejo right there.
It's mostly focused efforts on expanding its warehouses and securing government contracts, handing our money to billionaire companies. Cool stuff. They've also, of course, as Reuters reports here, in recent years, Amazon has killed or undermined privacy protections in more than 36 bills across 25 states as the e-commerce giant amassed a lucrative trove of personal data on millions of American consumers. But there's too much business in government. Why are these companies getting so involved? Amazon lobbies Indian government to exempt exports from foreign investment rules. Sources. Like, it goes on and on. There's countless examples.
There's so many fucking examples that you could point to. Like,
of Amazon interfering or trying to interfere in government. And I shouldn't say trying. They have. They write the laws. Them and other big companies. This is what they do. So for Jeff Bezos to try and claim otherwise or claim there's too much government intervention by business is so ridiculous. I just want to share this last tweet here. Opinion. It all started going bad when people began idolizing billionaires instead of treating them like the greedy, resource-hoarding, human-exploiting, planet-destroying sick Fs they really are.
True.
Nothing else left to say. Let me know your thoughts below.
And guess who you can blame for that fucking culture being, broadly speaking, essentially cemented? Oh, Donald Trump. Donald Trump helped to fucking cement that culture by having his like dumbass reality TV show and participating within popular culture. Very, very fucking stupid. But yeah, like, I mean, what else is there to really say? Whoa, Jeff Bezos wants to not get taxed. Very, very fucking cool. Just like all these other billionaire / trillionaire wannabe fucking dipshits who want to just continue to be leeches and just suckle away at the wealth of the fucking world, continue to concentrate it around themselves. For what purpose exactly? Oh, to do like Jeffrey Epstein-night fucking pedophile parties. Because that's what most of these motherfuckers are doing, right? All this concentration of wealth and power in the hands of such a few amount of people is going to cause the inherent collapse of society. This is not sustainable, right? We are in the second Gilded Age. At some point in time, something is going to give away. It's going to pop and collapse in on itself. And guess who's probably going to have to fit the bill? It's going to be us. Because currently, the state and the vestiges of power that exist within the world right now benefits these sick, avaricious, pedophilic fucking pieces of shit. All these tech oligarch wannabe monarchs who just want to carve out the rest of America and the world into a bunch of tiny fiefdoms for themselves, to where they can essentially sit around on their asses and pillage and rape as many people across the world as they want. Don't think there's really much else to say besides fuck these billionaire dumbasses. It's time for them to get the ever-living shit taxed out of them. Oh, man. I hate billionaires, man. I hate these people. Guys, don't treat us like the aliens that we actually are. Meanwhile, they want to keep, taking more and more money away from them, away from the hands of the fucking people. So they can have their, like, Epstein-night sex parties and shit like that. It's like, okay, man, cool, great, fantastic. Continue to do, like, dumb fucking wars. You should hate these people. These people should be hated. Hatred is the only emotion that you should ever possess for these motherfuckers, man. But yes, like, there are ways to essentially fix this problem, legalize ranch, right? There are a bunch of ways. There are a bunch of proposals to essentially fix these issues. And we've been talking about them. They've been proposed. They're out there. And it's people that we really want to have. We can agree they should be taxed more. Mm-hmm. And we've talked about all the various ways that it can get fucking taxed more. There's lots. The wealth tax, stuff that's been proposed by Elizabeth Warren and Bernie fucking Sanders, for example, are the stuff that's going to be successful. And is popular. Politically speaking. The only question then just remains at this point in time is, does the is just, do we have the political will to essentially do that, right? And as of right now, a lot of people do not have the fucking political will to do that, especially within the United States of America. Listen, we can get a little heated, it's okay. I think only younger Americans have the will. Well, yeah, because they're the ones who are suffering most of the fucking consequences, right? Because these fucking old boomer and Gen X fucking dipshits got theirs and they pulled the ladder from up under themselves. Anywho, I'm also tired. I factored too many Oreos today. I'd be like that. We're raiding out to Neuro Detergent. Alright, idiots. Raid messages. If you are a sub, you say you've been blessed by Romanian Jesus with a trance stride with the Daho Raid, that's how we show. And if you're a non-sub, rather, you do the Wowie with the Daho Raid, that's how we show appreciation. Those are in 20K's gamers. I will be back tomorrow. We will be continuing with the factoring of our Oreos. And yapping more about late politics. Very cool, very good. Oh boy, we love politics, don't we, folks? Don't we, folks? Anywho, gamers, I will be back tomorrow. Same time, same place, same face. Peace out, gamers.